Welcome to episode 11 of the No Scrubs podcast. I'm your host, Lewis, and joined with me today as a man who loves uppies, Stephen. How you going, Stephen?
As a short king who's still yet to get his crown, I do enjoy uppies. I've asked for them, and nobody give it to me. IRL.
Maybe on Saturday, if you're lucky, mate, you might get some uppies.
I better.
We'll put you on DT's shoulders. You never know such height. And 6'5".
No, you could just fucking put your hands on my armpits and go.
Just, okay, mate, uppies. If you do a little jump there, mate, make it easier. Yeah, it'd be good.
Sound like the Repo Poltergeist?
I haven't even heard it. It hasn't grabbed me yet.
Oh.
I feel like I'm the only one who hasn't been grabbed by the poltergeist.
Consider yourself lucky.
You know what? Maybe I want to be touched inappropriately. Why am I the only one that the poltergeist doesn't want to touch? And then I had that creepy, fucking giggling, lanky creature that just kept looking at me, and I'm like, oh, I've just got to. Oh, I've got the tism. Can't make eye contact. You know. So I just had to just look at the ground, and then I'd look up a moment and hear it giggle. But oh fuck, looking back at the ground.
Oh,
there were a woman. There
were so many comical moments that had me in fits last night playing Repo.
My highlight was still the Charm one of me just giving Charm shit for being 5'0", and Charm like, you know what happens in America when you bully someone too much? The character pulls out a fucking gun. I'm like, oh shit! Don't come to school tomorrow.
No, I felt DT was just about to explain something to me and gets poltergeist. He's like, oh well. But also, I loved it when you were talking affectionately to your boy Keith. He's just like, do you want a treat? But your character was still...
Oh, and you were just losing it.
Yeah.
Well, Hamish is cackling and the character's fucking mouths are just like... Rah, 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 and he's just like cackling, laughing. Oh, man.
Looks like
a great time.
It reminds me of, like, at least with the character designs, it reminds me of Muppets / South Park Canadians with a mixture of... it was called, like, Team Buddy for, like, PlayStation 1.
I'm not your buddy, pal.
It was Buddy
Team
something.
Buddy. Oh, is it Team Buddies? Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I've actually never seen what the game looks like until now, but I remember that art.
I want to say it was released like near like the last couple of years of like the PlayStation's life.
Could be. Those graphics look like early PS1 stuff though, but they might not be. It just looks a bit rough. But, hey, maybe it's a great game.
Oh,
graphics aren't everything.
But fucking Google heard me talking about it. Oh, it released in 2000.
Yeah, it's on the later end, eh?
Wonder when Hogs of War came out, because that was
a vibe I was getting from that game too. I was getting Hogs of War vibes. I was thinking about that. I associate it more with PC though, because that's where I played it back in the day.
I played it on
the controls were fucking awful.
I played it on a demo disc.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Hogs of War was great, man. Oh, that game was so good. But why we're here today is because I've got nothing better to do on a Thursday night. But also, there were 3. Well, I think there's technically more. I think there was more showcases than even 3, but there were 3 major game showcases. And this episode, we're going to talk about what was shown in all these showcases. And then next week we're back to a regular show, normal shit, regular scheduled programming. So the first one we're going to start with is we're going to do them in order of which they were shown in terms of the games and the showcases. So it's State of Play, which is the PlayStation showcase. So we've got, honestly, every time I look at this, my brain wants to pronounce it differently. It's not. Is it Luminous? Luminous? My brain then was like
Luminous
Lumines.
Lumens.
Lumines.
Lumines.
Lumens. Arise. So it's a rhythm game. It gave me kind of like Tetris and Bejeweled kind of vibes. I was thinking as well, I was like, it kind of looks like Tetris Effect, and then I found it was the Tetris Effect devs. There's a quote from the devs that said, typical puzzle game stuff was one of the quotes. I thought, it's kind of funny. It's got VR support. So yeah, just like a match kind of puzzle game. People seem to be pretty hyped about it. How you feeling about it?
Niche. Puzzle game. Yeah, I couldn't quite describe it. It's just like, it's given me vibes of Tetris, but the simplicity of like the graphics, to a lesser extent. Did you ever remember a PlayStation 1 game called, I think it was called Viv Ribbon?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I to be honest, when I saw it, I was like, that's cool. Probably not for me, but maybe if I gave it hands-on and the gameplay loop is like cool, then yeah, I'll give it a blab. But I was just like, oh yeah, cool puzzle game. There's a community or a niche for that, but not for me. But haven't played it, so
visually pretty cool. Like I liked. There was a lot of flair going on, but I don't know. I'd have to play it to really form an opinion. It didn't do much for me from the trailer, but you never know. So sometimes it just clicks. I mean, sometimes as well, puzzle games, you're like, I'm not into this, and then you have one match where everything just makes sense, and you're like, oh shit, oh shit, I am into this. The next game, which apparently was showed with they showed a trailer with the launch of the PS5. I don't remember actually ever seeing this game, but Pragmata looks really cool. So a Capcom game we're gonna have to talk about as well. Like Capcom looks like they're having 3 really big releases in the next kind of year or so. Like they just crazy. The high quality and just high volume that Capcom's putting out. So sci-fi game, third-person action game. Got a little robot girl companion that rides on your back, like a little piggybacking around. Who she does some attacks, you hooning around, shooting. The story stuff that they show in the trailer does seem interesting, but I do want to see more. It sounds like it's going to be out next year sometime. They haven't. I don't think they've said specifically when next year. But yeah, it looks cool. What are your thoughts?
I remember when they announced it and then it got delayed, and it's just like whenever Capcom does a new IP, I'm like, hate to say the phrase that the kids say, but let them cook.
Yeah.
I'm always excited when Capcom do a new IP. When I saw it, I was just like, oh, okay, they're sort of going the Death Stranding route of like children as weapons or children as tools, which is cool, which is fine. I was just like, at first, it's like, it's just giving me Spaceman third-person shooter vibes with like a little toddler on your back, but I'm gonna wait to see more of it.
Yeah.
But
sounds like we're in the same boat on that one. We're both looking forward to it. I think it's going to be good, but I just need a little more before I'm completely invested in it.
Yeah.
Also, have you noticed that Capcom use different fonts than everyone on their subtitles? So you're reading it and you're like, oh yeah, there's a Capcom font. Is that the same in like Resident Evil? It's
I
weird.
haven't.
Look, next time you watch a trailer for, well, if you watch the Pragmata trailer back and then you watch Resident Evil, you'll be like, oh yeah, I see what he's saying. It's like only Capcom uses these kind of fonts. It's
Cat
weird.
fonts.
Yeah, well, they probably do have their own font. You know, like you can also, there's fonts that you can pay to license. You're like, I'm happy with Comic Sans and Times New Roman, thank you.
Wang Dangs.
I love me some Wang Dangs. Don't get me started on Wang Dangs.
Wang Dangs?
Now we're talking. There's a message that I hadn't actually watched the showcase yet, and you messaged me about Romeo is a dead man, and I messaged you like, who the fuck is Romeo? So it's a third-person action game. I noted very stylish, and then I looked up and I was like, who's making this? And it's like the No More Heroes devs.
Suda 51, who also did Lollipop Chainsaw.
Yeah, I didn't realize a game of theirs I had played. I didn't know that they had done Shadows of the Damned, and I enjoyed that game. I don't think I finished it, but I picked it up back in the day on Xbox for like $15 or something, and I remember playing it and enjoying it, and the humor was really crude. Like, you'd get your gun, which was called the boner, and then it would get a power up and would extend out, and they're like, now it's the big boner. I'm like,
the big boner.
Dumb. It's really dumb and it's really crude, but the game was quite fun. It's a game that I probably should go back to at some stage. I'll put up my save from like 2015. You know,
I loved the opening video where I was like, okay, here comes another indie game. And he's just like, you gotta die. It's like the grandson goes to the door, arm ripped off, face torn off. And he's like, I don't want to die. It's just like, you're gonna die in 15 seconds. Plugs something to his eye, becomes like half, like, looks like a sort of zombie looking Ultraman. Stylish fucking blood and guts hack and slash. Game doesn't take itself too seriously. It's just like, yeah, no, that is one of my highlights.
Yeah, and it's not like because we've kind of got to the point where now people are calling it millennial cringe with like this Marvel kind of style writing and stuff like that. It's overdone now, but this is not that. This is, and I'm glad, because it could very much, if it was I think if it was like a Western studio, that's the style of writing they'd choose for this type of game. But,
I could see that.
Yeah, but no, it looks a lot like a lot of fun. So, yeah, looking forward to seeing more of that. The gameplay, they showed like little bits of it at a time, but it looks very similar to like their style of games, but also like Devil May Cry and that kind of game. Very, they say, very stylish, very much just the rule of cool.
Well, that is an awesome way of putting it. I also like it, the fact it wasn't all just hack and slash. There was some gats.
Love a good old gat. Wait, what are we talking about?
Guns.
Oh, I thought you were talking about booties.
No, that's gyat.
Sorry, my pronunciation's a little off.
Gats. Yes. Glocks.
Oh, now we're talking. But yeah, it looks great. So that's definitely on my list to look out for. I think there's a good chance that both of us or one of us will be playing that. Next up, Silent Hill F. So
brilliant name.
Third-person horror. It looks slow paced, but in a good way, and heavy focus on melee combat and lots of kind of body horror. I gotta say, the artists have absolutely fucking killed it with this game. It looks awesome. It's not being just completely disgusting and horrid all the time, but it's got this like, it's a weird mix of, there's almost like beauty in the way things are mutated. There's something about it.
Purposely grotesque.
Yeah. It's I mean, of course, I'll find any way to shoehorn. Talking about Souls games, but Miyazaki, the Souls Miyazaki, not the studio guild. My Miyazaki. Oh, did my camera go? What happened? What happened to my camera? Let me just try to fix that.
Looking for the phone.
Miyazaki talked about how they were making this dragon, this undead dragon enemy, and they were trying to make it. One of the devs was making it like kind of gross and horrid. It was like, we're going to have maggots coming out of it and stuff like that. And his thing was like, this was once like this beautiful, majestic creature. I want there to be some like, it's decaying, but it's kind of sad, and it's almost, you're seeing what this beautiful creature once was, kind of thing, instead of it just being gross and horrid. And there's something about that, I think, in the Silent Hill F design as well. It's not just trying to be gross. There's something about it that I was like, oh, this looks fucking cool. I'm not a Silent Hill guy, so I don't know if it'll be for me. But Silent Hill 2, I know it'll be a different studio because it was made by, I'm forgetting their name, the guys who did... I don't. Unfortunately, I'm only remembering the game that people didn't like, the Medium. Bloober Team. But they made a bunch of horror games. They did Silent Hill 2 as well, like the remake. So I know it's a different team, but that came out and people were like, wow, this is really fucking good. So I think this game's going to do really well. I know horror games don't do amazing, but I think there's a lot more hype for Silent Hill right now than there has been in the last kind of 10 years or so.
Yeah, I'm sort of in the same boat where it's just like, Silent Hill and, dare I say it, Resident Evil don't really do much for me, but it looks really good and high budget, and I also know quite a few people who are real amped for a new entry in the series. So it's like one of these, it's just like, not for me, but happy it's there.
There was another Silent Hill game that released not too long ago. And it was like a free one, Silent Hill, The Short Message. And apparently it was fucking garbage. That was also 2024. But then it got redeemed by Silent Hill 2 coming. Yeah, definitely want to see a bit more of that. Maybe, like I say, probably won't play it because not into Silent Hill that much, but maybe I'll watch a playthrough, which I do not do very often at all. So we've got Bloodstained: The Scarlet Engagement. So this is the platformer Metroidvania game, very heavily inspired by Castlevania. I believe it's the producer of Castlevania who's kind of spearheading this. And it's a 2D, 3D kind of style. So what were you saying?
I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure the guy behind the first game, he wanted to do another Castlevania, but there was just like, I actually don't have the rights to it, so I'm going to do one of those. This isn't Castlevania, but, you know, I played the original Bloodstained. Yeah, no, it was cool. It's second one looks a bit more polished, and it's also, from what I understand, co-op.
Just catch you off. So there's multiple though. So there's Bloodstained: Curse of the Moon, Bloodstained: Ritual of the Night, Bloodstained: Curse of the Moon 2, and the Scarlet Engagement. So to be the fourth one, but there's two different art styles. I don't know which ones are, if they are telling the same story or if they are telling different stories.
Because one of the Bloodstains, you had the one there, it's just like the side-scrolling Metroidvania but 3D graphics, and then the other one, it was just like real, like, SNES-looking graphics.
Yeah. There's the ones that's like 2D and one that's like 3D 2D. I know it sounds dumb to say, but it's like, or 2D 3D, whichever way you want to say it. It's like, it's 3D graphics but a 2D game.
I've only played the 3D 2D one.
Oh yeah. So, but yeah, it's good. I think one of my mates had bought me one of the Bloodstained games at some stage, and I don't think I got around to playing it. See, I've got two of them. When the fuck did this happen? Yeah, so I think I was gifted them. Oh yeah, one of them. So Curse of the Moon must be the 2D one because it's only like 19.37 megabytes, so tiny. And Ritual of the Night is like about 11 gigs, so that makes sense. Some people call it 2.5D, which is 2D, 3D kind of deal. So yeah, it's there is a game we're going to talk about soon. That is not a Metroidvania, but kind of a similar style of game that I'm actually a lot more hyped for. So I'm on the fence about this one, but I do think it looked good from what we've seen anyway. So. The next game is I've shit on this name before, but this Digimon Story Time Stranger. I just think the name is just. It feels like they took the Japanese name and just translated it perfect, like the exact translation into English, and like, yeah, that's the name. Like, Time Stranger. What is that? What does that mean? So yeah, I said much like the last time. Persona vibes, very anime, but they showed a lot of like old school Digimon on that as well. Like, I was very excited seeing some of those ones from my childhood. I was like, oh yeah, we've got Birdramon. Can't remember if it's actually called Cactusmon, but there was one that was a big cactus, and I was like, oh, fucking wicked. I remember these dudes. I remember when I had the cards of these, and I remember looking at the Digimon handbook and stuff. So
yeah.
I don't think I'm gonna play it. Also, it looks turn based. Very very much like it really looks like they are trying to capture the Persona vibes big time with this game. Like even the way the characters look when they're running around and so on. The battle system looks very like stylized, which not saying that Persona's the only game that does that, but I can see the inspiration and nothing wrong with that. It's not like there's a shitload of games that are emulating Persona or emulating it well, at least. So yeah, what do you think? You interested?
Yes, but I don't think it will break the Digimon curse for me. And that is
bad games.
No. Because like one of the previous games, it was no, the one before that. I think it was called like Digimon Stories or something.
Oh yeah.
Lot of dialogue, almost like a visual novel, and I like my visual novels. But no, the Digimon curse is I'm like, hell yeah, new Digimon game. Straight onto the wish list. Oh, it's like 30% off. Oh, come back to me when it's cheaper. Like the Digimon games look good, but so far none of them would be like, oh, Digimon, $5 off. Gotta have it. It's like a come to me when you are cheaper. So I can never play you.
Like me with the Steam game, I've had a game on my wish list for fucking 8 years, and then it goes 90% off, and I look at it and I'm like, I still don't want to pay $5, and then I just remove it from my wish list. I remember though we had a friend wish list a game on Steam that was $5, and one of my mates just messages me like, he's like, why did he put it on his wish list? It's $5. But look, my thing's a little different. I wish list them first, and then they go cheap and go, nah, I don't want them anymore. But at least I remove them at that point. Once they're so cheap, I'm like, dude, you're 80% off, and if I still don't want to pay for it at that price, I'm never gonna buy it, and just have to go. I'm just cutting it off the wish list.
Yeah, I'm pretty bad with sometimes I'll like wish list a free to play game, but sometimes like didn't see that it was free. Then other times it's just like this is a way I can keep tabs on it.
I've done the same. I don't think that's as bad as, because when it's on 90% off or something, you're like, well, you got to buy it now because when's it going to be 90% off again? But wishlisting a free game is like, look, I don't want to play it right now, but I still want to be able to find it when I'm ready.
I've never met someone who's in the situation who's just like, okay, I bought a $5 game in Steam sale. Now I can't eat.
Yeah, if you're really that skint, you should not be buying games.
No.
Next game was Final Fantasy Tactics. Fantastics. Tactics Remaster. I know it had some other pretentious name, and I didn't note it down. I was like, oh, how do I pronounce it? Why do they do it? I noted not my thing, but the more I look at it, the more I'm like, you know what? I want to give it a go. I played like Tactics Advance back in the day. I think on the emulator when I was just a boy.
Yeah.
And I wasn't into it, but I was also a dumb kid and probably didn't understand tactics games. So I think I want to give it a go. People have been wanting this remaster for fucking years. This game is people have been wanting this for so long, and the remastered art style, so you can go do the old style or the new style. I think you can actually play either game, but now the new version's got quality of life changes and things like that. And art style looks fucking awesome. They've now got voice acting in there. I believe Ben Starr is voicing a character, maybe a couple characters, but he's just everywhere right now. He's doing all the advertising for the Final Fantasy card game. Well, not card game, but the Magic the Gathering crossover. He's voicing characters in this. Dude is a hot commodity right now.
I'm excited because, well, I was on the exact same boat as you were. It's like I played Final Fantasy Tactics Advance on an emulator as a lad. But I enjoyed it, but I didn't have like a tactical mind, like at all. But I feel that having dabbled like a fair amount of Disgaea, I feel this will probably like scratch a tactical itch for me.
Yeah. Apparently a lot of people back in the day were like, oh, Final Fantasy, and they picked up Tactics, and they're like, what the fuck? Because people were like, yeah, like Cloud, right? And then you're like, oh, this is very different. I think that was probably my mindset as well back then. So, yeah. No, I think it's, as well, I can't imagine it's going to release at full price. I imagine it'll be a little bit cheaper, so yeah. Could be worth picking up. It's probably great to pick up on a handheld. Like, let's say, let me just unplug it from power. Let's say the Switch 2, or my desk is really full. The Rock Ally, or no, that's all I got. So no, why do I spend so much money on shit I don't need?
What you need is like a gun holster, but instead of holster like holding the guns, it's for your consoles, and it's just like, oh, shoot, going through the mall. I don't want to make eye contact with strangers.
That would be very on brand for me. But yes, I want to talk more about the Switch 2 next week as well. Once I figure it out. But right now, it's kind of a Mario Kart in bed machine. Oh,
Mario Kart in bed machine.
Dude, actually, something so funny though. I have to show you now. Like, see, you're going right.
Mm-hmm.
You can attach them upside down, and it actually controls it. Mate, why would you do it? I don't fucking know, but you can, and that's real funny to me.
That's good, because I remember one time I accidentally put one of my Joy-Cons in the wrong slot backwards, and she was stuck.
They are like firm in there, and you have to use a lot of force, and you're like, I'm gonna fucking break this thing. I haven't done that, but I did it with when you take it off and you put the little thing on to use it as like a tiny little controller, because we were playing Smash, and I put the rail on wrong because it was kind of hard to tell what was the right way, and I was like, oh fuck, this is
quick Nintendo question. We'll save the rest for
his name is Mario. He's got the M on his hat, and that stands for Mario. Don't ask me what the L stands for. I don't know.
How do the Joy-Cons feel? Because like still small, but the Switch ones felt a little bit cheap, plasticky.
Yeah, they don't feel super premium, to be fair. Especially considering a pair of Joy-Cons on the Switch 1 is $150 New Zealand.
Yeah,
they are way too expensive for how shitty they feel and how small they are. Like, so for the Switch 1, I've got third-party ones that were way bigger and just felt much better to me. I've got the big Western mitt. Look at these fucking lanky ass fingers.
Big meaty claws.
Big meaty claws. Like, look at how much fucking real estate these bad boys take up. So, yeah. But overall, the controllers are a little bigger, which is so anyway, yeah, Final Fantasy Tactics Remaster, good. All right, next game was Baby Steps, and I noted 3D Quap ? An open world comedy game bizarre. A quote I saw was, "It's a literal walking simulator because your character he's got baby legs and he's learning to walk, but he's an adult." I found out one of the developers on it is the guy that made Quap.
That's awesome.
Bennett Foddy, is that the guy who made the Getting Over It when you're in that pot with the sledgehammer?
Yes, yeah.
He's the Quap man, and he's one of the developers on this.
So I felt like this had been announced like ages ago, because I remember seeing baby legs, like the whole thing of like basically a couch blob on the couch gets sucked into a video game, but he has baby legs.
One of the other developers is the guy who made the indie game Ape Out. There's one more, Maxi Bock. What did he make? What are you known for, Maxi Bock? Just tell me the game. Just tell me. I don't want to know. I don't want to know about his life story. You're gonna make me go to his Twitter. Fuck you. Wait. That's a lady. Sorry for saying he. I couldn't see what games they made, but anyways, those 3 people working on it. So I don't know if it's going to be for me, but I'm not opposed to it. It looks like it would be a bit of fun and it'd be a laugh. I imagine it's going to be the big stream game for all of a week or something. You know, I think streamers are going to be all over it because it's going to be the zeitgeist game for that week, and then it's going to go away, probably never to be heard of again. It's just what happens with these types of games. You got any thoughts on it, or just like, eh?
On baby legs.
Baby steps.
Baby steps. It's very memey. Yeah. No, I definitely think it's going to be like, I mean this in a loving way, streamer slop. but it looks fun. I remember. Yeah, the only thing that really confused me is just like, this was announced like ages ago. But yeah.
But I guess it showed some gameplay. Some of these things had been announced previously, like Digimon Story had been as well.
Pragmata.
Silent Hill had been announced. So, yeah, there's plenty of things that had been announced. Some of them are showing us more. Some of them are just like, yep, we've got a release date now. Yeah, it's a game.
Yeah, just in summary, fun streamer slop, not meant in a bad way.
No, exactly. We use it for everything. We're like, we're playing this tonight. It's friend slop, and then we have the best time.
Yeah.
Unless you're scriptlet.
Next
game was Hirogami, which is an origami themed game. And it's an adventure game. Some perspective was top down, some of it was side on. It was very visually distinct. I really like the look of this game. I think it looks fucking awesome.
I think it looks cute.
Yeah, it's definitely on my list. I'll see though if I haven't wish listed it on Steam yet, because I started doing this later. I'm gonna wish list it now because it looks.
That's an endorsement.
Yeah, it looks great. The art style was very like stop motion as well, and certain things which suits the folding origami. You get folded into different kind of animals where you can become like a frog, so you're leaping around, or a bird when you're flying around. So it looks really great, like a really cool idea.
And there's a demo out.
Yeah, so gives me a chance to give it a try. And dude, so many of these games have got demos as well. It's crazy. Demos have come back in such a big way. I think as well, I've realized it's such an aggressive market out there that putting the demos of your games into people's hands will just increase the chances that people will actually play it. Sometimes,
100%.
You know, like sometimes you play a demo and then you're like, oh, it's not for me, and you've been talked out of a sale. But other times, like the first Berserker Kazan, I played earlier in the year. If there wasn't a demo for that, I wouldn't have ended up buying it. I played the demo. The demo was like meaty. It was like over an hour long. I was like, oh, this is really fucking good. And I bought it because of the demo. If I didn't play it, I would have never bought it. Definitely in their best interest to put demos out.
Yeah, but no, I'm gonna do the same. I'm gonna download the demo, and I will give you my thoughts on it for our next pod.
I'm gonna make no promises that I'm gonna play it by next week, but I will play it. So, next game, everybody's golf hot shots. First note is golf game.
Go yeah.
I think golf games are actually super fucking underrated. Like in terms of video games, genuinely, like golf video games are really good. So you've got your social ones like Golf It and Golf with Your Friends, which I played with the homies. Friend Slop, but really good. I used to play a golf game, I think on PC when I was a kid as well. That was a lot of fun. Usually they're mini golf. This one's actual golf, but it's very like stylized. Everybody's golf's been around for ages. There's other games that are similar to this that like there is Hot Shots Golf and things like that. I believe one of the studios that worked on one of these also made Mario Golf. So there's a lot of golf mini golf game prestige.
I thought, and I was going to be like, oh, that doesn't count. I thought when you said, yeah, no, golf games are underrated. There's like 2 golf games in particular. One's like Haunted Golf, where it's like a side-scrolling golf game.
Yeah, I've got Cursed to Golf.
That's one
is I've played a little bit of that. I enjoy that a lot. Dangerous Golf is quite silly. I've got What the Golf, which is a golf puzzle game. I spent 5.5 hours on that. There is a VR golf game. Walkabout Golf. Walkabout Mini Golf. Truly outstanding. My boss was telling me about it and how good it was. And I was like, it's fucking mini golf in VR. How good can it be? And he's like, nah, man, you go around every level and there's hidden balls that you get and then you can use that ball in your next game. And I'm like, that sounds so dumb. So you sign up and you get into a level, right? And every golf course, mini golf course on there as well, every hole links into the next one, and you can choose to walk around and go, oh, I'll go, or you can just teleport to the next one. But there's 18 hidden balls on every single map. There's Easter eggs and secrets, and it's fucking awesome. It's genuinely so good.
Okay, if that's the case, I just looking up golf games on Steam. I came across a coming soon to early access that seems very U-coded.
Roguelike, golf, Souls-like.
Yes.
What?
It's called Infinity Golf.
So there's so many golf games. If you just type golf...
Souls-like, RPG, difficult, roguelike.
No fucking way.
Infinity Golf.
Oh my god. Oh, to be fair though, looking at this game, it looks kind of shitty. I don't want to hate on them, but it's probably like a solo dev or something. But just that art direction is rough, man. There's almost a charm to it, but it's like, oh, I don't know. I'll add it to my wish list because it's ticking those boxes.
It is. If it was a deck builder, then it's your game.
Day one.
Made for you, in particular.
Yes, I might give everybody's golf hot shots a go. I don't think I'll pay full price for it. But it does look legitimately good.
Like, I don't know, as someone who's just like not a fan of regular golf or golf games, I don't know. Maybe it could be that game. Maybe it could be the game that it's just like, actually, I do want to dabble this. And if mates are picking it up, that'd be cool. But it's a not for me for now.
This man literally worked in a bar at a golf course. So.
Yeah, and I hated golf. Well, not hated golf, but everyone was just like, "Oh, when are you going onto the green?" And I was just like, "Ah, ha ha ha." And then someone was just like, "So, when are we going to see you out on the golf course?" I'm like, "What do you mean?" He was just like, "You like golf, don't you?" I was like, "No." He was like, "But you work at a golf course." I was like, "Yeah, as a bartender."
Yo, I like sinking piss, mate. What do you mean?
And I liked having to go to the fucking checking on the toiletries and the different toilets by riding the golf cart. That was mint.
Hell yeah, brother. Yeah, I could see myself, though, as an old man playing golf.
Apparently it's good for the knees and hips.
Or lawn bowls. I see myself being a lawn bowls man. We did it for a work do once. It's hilarious. My boss, super competitive. And he's like, he saw that I was not doing that well in the ones before, and he's like, "Oh yeah, we'll have a game, mate. We'll have a game." And he throws his first one, and it's real good. And I throw my first one, it's not that flash. And he's like, "Yeah, that's all right, mate. You'll get the next one." And then I throw a fucking amazing shot and knock his one out, and his mood just fucking changes like that, and he just tries to lock the fuck in. But by that point, mate, I'd hit the bowl's flow state. I actually just it just clicked for me in that moment. As soon as like there was a little bit of competition, and because I know what my boss is like, something in me just a switch just flicked, and I was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna lock in," and it just I ended up destroying him. So, but yeah, I actually really enjoyed lawn bowls. He was like, "Yeah, that was a shit work too." I'm like, "You're just saying that because I fucking beat you." Yeah, I could be that kind of old man.
Hell yeah! I was gonna get into things like pinball.
Pinball, yeah. I mean, a guy I dealt with through work. He's probably in his 50s, I'd say. He got really into pinball back in his day, and he's like, "Oh, I used to have tables in my garage and stuff." And I was like, it kind of is just video games for that, like for Gen X's, like
analog video games.
Yeah, just straight up. I was like, I could see that same thing. If he was like my age, he would have played way more video games instead of pinball. And he played a little bit of video games, but it was more like just spend time with his daughter. But yeah, I could see that very much. Like pinball was Gen X.
Pinball and pokies.
We love the pokies, man. just when I press the buttons and dude, there's something though about that pulling the arm down. I know they don't have that anymore, but I can see the pulling the arm down being way more satisfying than just press button.
Yeah. Press the lose money button.
Yeah. I hate though with boomers are like, "What do you mean you're playing those damn video games?" And then go to the pokies and just keep pressing spin, spin, spin. And then that's an interactive experience for them. But somehow video games is lesser than that. I don't understand that.
They're not on Discord chatting to their mates while pressing that one button.
No, exactly. They're trying to hide away in the casino and drink as many. Like, we don't do it here, but in America, if you go to Vegas and you're on the slots, bro, you just keep pressing the buttons and they'll keep giving you drinks. Like that's the way to do it. You just, I actually had a maths teacher in high school, American guy who used to be a pilot, so he's a super super clever dude, and the dude was awesome. Shout out to Mr. DeMarco, best maths teacher I ever had, and he said that him and his mates when they had turned 21, they'd go to the they found statistically the best game for them to play was roulette, and they'd just get drunk for free because they'll just keep bringing you drinks for free, and they would just go, one would bet on red, one would bet on black, and they'd just keep, they said the statistics were that, yeah, we'd eventually land on zero every now and again, but we'd get drunk pretty much for free, and then maybe would lose $20 when it hit a zero. I was like,
dang,
that's awesome. I was like, this guy was actually like, he used that to teach us statistics when we were like 15 years old, telling us, yeah, we used to drink for free down. We'd go to Vegas and what a guy. No, seriously though, best maths teacher I ever had. Dude was awesome. He actually showed a group of young Kiwis fly to the Concords because for whatever reason it blew up in America before it did in New Zealand.
Yeah.
So he knew about it and none of our class knew about it, which is kind of fucking bizarre.
He's like, but this is your culture. What do you mean you never heard of it?
Yeah, no one knew about it then, and then it blew up kind of that year that he had showed us. So he got us slightly ahead of the curve. Next game, but I'm excited for Ninja
Oh,
Gaiden Ragebound. So we got first time I saw it, I was like, "This looks pretty cool. I want to see a little more." Well, I've seen more, and I'm gonna fucking get it. It
yeah.
looks so good. Like they capture the old Ninja Gaiden essence in it as well, but it looks more violent than the old ones, the old 2D ones, and just looks like a really fucking good platformer. Looks like exceptional. It's flashy. It's beautiful. Like 2D
Fluid
pixel
movements.
art, super fluid. Oh, dude, this game was one of the highlights out of all of the shows to me. I was like, wow, they fucking nailed it. It's the Blasphemous devs. So I finished the first one. I got probably a third of the way for the second. Need to get back to it. But, yeah, they know what they're doing.
I also really like really pretty pixel art, but also I like it how they've sort of, it's almost like two universes of the same franchise. Like, cool, we've got Ryu Hayabusa dressed in all tight-fitting black ninja garb for our 3D games, but we're going back to the OG, and we've got him wearing what he used to wear in the old games, except obviously better looking because the color palettes.
Yeah, they've nailed it. They knew the assignment. So yeah, very much.
I'm looking forward to that so much. I'm looking forward to like that Ninja Gaiden 4.
I'm actually looking forward to this more than I'm looking forward to Ninja Gaiden 4, to be honest.
Hell yeah.
I'm looking forward to 4. Yeah, so this comes out in 7 weeks, 1st of August. I see it is on your Steam wish list.
Mm-hmm.
Yours and Jordan's. What a surprise. Also, a modern game that it kind of reminds me of as well is The Messenger, if you've played that.
I haven't played it, but I know what you're talking about. And Jordan, like, rates that game.
It's really good. It's great, and it does a mix between 8-bit and 16-bit. It's also in the same universe as Sea of Stars.
Yeah, same team.
Yeah, I haven't played Sea of Stars yet, but it is on my list. But fuck, it is hard to find the time sometimes. When I'm playing, it's too hard to find the time when I'm playing Mario Kart on my Switch 2 in bed. No, I tried to do the Reggie Fils-Aimé where it's like, I'm playing Animal Crossing New Leaf on my Nintendo 3DS or my Nintendo DS. I can't remember if it's the DS or 3DS. Shout out Reggie Fils-Aimé. What a guy.
Body is ready.
I can't believe like that came out at a time where people quote that, but there's not that many. Like, I can't find a GIF of him doing that. Like, there's such an iconic like moment of him just going, "My body is ready." it's like
he's a gem for Nintendo.
Oh, he's so good. It's so interesting, that story as well about the Wii and him being the one to be like, we need to bundle Wii Sports in with this, and they were like, no, like, and I understand why they say no as well, and it's like the Japanese culture is very much like, we worked on this, we had a lot of people put hard work into this, we don't want to give it away for free. But he was like, yes, but if you give this away for free, more people will buy the console. And they were like, no. And he just fought them on it, and eventually he got his way. And I would put money on that's the reason the Wii sold so many fucking units.
Yeah.
I stand by that. Like, I might have had this rant on the show before. I'm going to do it again. But so many people's like grandparents and stuff bought it because it came with Wii Sports. Oh, something for the grandkids to play, and then the oldies would play it as well. Like, they're not going to be playing fucking Metroid Prime, but the grandparents would be playing Wii Sports because I buy it and it comes with it. Great. That's why the Wii sold so many fucking units. So Reggie was completely right on that.
And motion control is not a hard concept for like everyone to wrap their heads around.
It's much easier for non-gamers to understand.
Yeah.
And the gamers were like, oh, I don't want motion controls. Non-gamers, you show them Wii bowling, and they're like, oh, so I do it like I do roll a bowling ball? Yep. Oh, great. Or, oh, you're doing tennis. Oh, I just swing it, and that's it. Oh, great. Like, yeah. Yeah, that's why it was great. for that alone for the Wii. I mean, I personally bought it to play Smash Bros. For the worst Smash Bros, I bought it to play Brawl. I played it at a mate's place, and I'm like, I'm getting one of these. Yeah, good. Shout out to the Wii and my Wii U.
How do you pronounce this this next game? Kens?
I'm just going to pronounce it Ken. That's how I think it's pronounced, but you know, you heard me earlier with Lumines.
Lemons.
Lemons. Yes, lemmings. It's not even spelled like that. What a fool. So this is a survival climbing game. And the art style I really liked. The game looks really good. I just don't think it's my style of game. Also, I'm scared of heights. Dude, that VR game, The Climb, I played it. It still shows me last played was on my birthday like 4 years ago, and I tried to play it, and I was like, bruh, I'm not fucking. I looked down, I was like, I'm not doing this shit.
You just vomit all over yourself.
And I'm in VR, and somehow I don't realize, and I just keep playing. Yeah, so no, I think it looks good. I think it looks like they've done a really good job. It looks like it's quite story driven as well. Like you seem to meet up with other climbers. So yeah, I want them nothing but success for them, but I just don't think it's a game for me, and that's okay.
Yeah, I was just like, cool concept, but nah, and not knocking it, but if I wanted something like mountain climbing based, it's like I'll play Shadow of the Colossus and pretend the Colossi are mountains.
Yeah. Yep, that's fair. So it's probably not too much more for us to say about this, but
is it Kens or Kens?
I don't think there was an S on the end. I think it's just Ken, singular. One Ken.
One Kial.
So the next game was the Mortal Kombat Collection, of course, with a K. And it's got rollback netcode, got arcade, console, and handheld versions of games, which I thought was really fucking cool. Like, don't get me wrong, are you really going to want to play the handheld versions of the games? Probably not, but if you're someone that's like, oh man, I really enjoyed playing the Game Boy Advance version of Mortal Kombat back in the day, really fucking cool that you can go back and play that now, like with this. And you can play it online with rollback netcode. That's just awesome. So
yeah,
they didn't say, at least at the time, how many of the old games were going to be in there and which eras. If it's going to be all of them up to the end of the PS2 era or what. They didn't say, but it looks like it is going to be a lot of them, which is awesome. They were trying to. The way they worded it makes it sound like it is going to be. They're like, it is the ultimate Mortal Kombat collection. So the hope really is it goes all the way up to the reboot, essentially, and you wouldn't have the MK9 reboot in there, I imagine. So you'd have still, was it 9, 10, 11, and 1 still probably separate. I think they're all... Actually, 9's not playable on... Because it was a PS3 game. So it's probably not playable on current hardware. So maybe that ends up in there too. Yeah, it's a cool idea.
Like, I thought, when I saw it, I thought, it's like, oh yeah, we're going to get the most successful one and maybe 4, so 1, 2, 3. I remember playing Mortal Kombat as a kid. Found it scary. But the first Mortal Kombat game that I actually... because it was on PC that I actually like sunk my teeth into was 4, the first 3D one. So it'd be cool if that was in there, but if not, I like the idea of when, especially with fighting games, you have a lot of legacy games. You release like an anniversary edition, because I imagine a lot of people who get into them via the latest editions, installments. So it'd be cool to see us like either on playing the old games on the basis of, there's characters that aren't in the current ones, but also it's good to see how far they've come, sort of thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, it's sometimes you just want to play them just to see that, because you find as you progress through, like I played a lot of Tekken 1 back in the day, right? And I didn't have 2, but now if you go back and you play 1 and 2, you're like, I don't want to play this shit. You play Tekken 3 and you're like, what a step up. Like, you don't want to play anything backwards past Tekken 3, even though
it was a console mover.
Yeah, Tekken 3 was massive. I remember even just seeing the graphics of Tekken 3 in the day and being like, holy shit, like, how good that looked. We would play the demo and you'd only have 2 characters playable. One of them was Eddie.
And Lin Xiaoyu.
Eddie and Xiaoyu. That's right. And just thinking how good that looked. I mean, it's definitely nostalgia goals, but I still think Tekken 3 doesn't look particularly bad. It looks janky by current day. And I know fighting games are a little more limited, so you could make them look better because they don't have to do as much overall. But I still think Tekken 3 holds up.
But having said that, there are 2 positive things. A couple positive things that I would like to say about Tekken 1 and 2. 1, the Fiji theme music.
That was my favourite in Tekken 1.
Yeah. And Tekken 2 gave us, even though Kunimitsu debuted in 1, she was essentially just Yoshimitsu minus any sword stabs. They made her an actual character, a little bit more fleshed out character. That's where they started with the Kunoichi fox mask design. And the song Emotionless Passion, which is a mellow banger. It's the song with what sounds like pan flutes. It's like the Devil Kazuya's theme song. You would have heard it. You'd be like, oh, this is music.
I bet I'll hear it in black, because I'm like, oh, I don't recall that, and then I hear it and go, oh yeah. That's always the way. But that's
Sorry, I pronounced it the right way. Kazuya.
Yeah, I heard you pronounce it correctly. I did. I did hear that. I did notice, because I don't pronounce it right. I'll just call him Kazuya, because I'm like, look, mate, what do you expect from me? I'm just a white man trying to live my best life, okay? I can't pronounce all the Japanese words correctly.
Hey, as my friend said while he was in like a Chinese restaurant, I'm here to learn. I am but a humble white man.
I don't know why that gives me Bobby Hill energy. I'm here to learn. I'm just a humble white man.
I can see why my dad thinks so highly of you.
Don't kiss me, Dad. I can only kind of do the Bobby Hill voice on actual quotes I've heard, but when I just tried that before, just off the cuff, I'm like, oh, this sounds terrible.
I just saw the next thing to talk about. First thing, ugly PS5 colors.
I was gonna say, did you see they announced Hank Hill for Fortnite by just showing a close up of like his ass in the tucked in shirt? It was just the flattest ass, and people were like, "Oh, we got fucking Hank Hill coming to Fortnite."
No way.
Yeah, it just showed the flat ass. It's hilarious. I don't know how King of the Hill is kept. Cause as a kid, I was like, King of the Hill sucks, and as an adult, I'm like, King of the Hill fucking rules. So they've kept up with cultural relevance. They've done a good job.
Well, yeah. I also feel like, yeah, it is good, but I also feel something that's sort of given it an extra like injection of life is like with old seasons of The Simpsons is shitposting.
Yeah, shitposting and the memes. Like, if it's a good show, like there'll be memes about it this far down the track.
Yeah,
it's actually good. So yeah, I think they did themselves a lot of favors by having good writing. So yeah, Mortal Kombat, that looks good. Anyway, moving on.
Ugly colors.
PlayStation branded fight stick. So, dude, I just don't think this black and white PS5 color scheme fucking works at all. I think the PS5 is so fucking hideous, and I got the dark plates now. I got third-party AliExpress ones, and somehow, I guess black being a slimming color, my PS5 looks like it's half the size because it's got the black plates on and not the white plates anymore. It takes up the same amount of space, but it looks like it takes up half the space. It's just, they shouldn't have. They could have gone all white, or they could have gone all black for this fight stick. And I say, I'm sure it's a great fight stick. I'm sure it feels really fucking good. I don't think Sony would spend all this money in R&D to make a shitty fight stick. But God, it's ugly.
It's gaudy.
Yeah. Let's hope it's good. People are talking about, because now they own Evo, so it's probably going to be a big deal. And with the last announcement there, I think we're gonna see a few of these Sony fight sticks walking out the door. Next was the Metal Gear Solid Delta. So it's Metal Gear Solid 3 remake. We've seen this like 50 fucking times now. So it's coming out in 2 months. But it was good seeing they hinted at the Ape Escape apes, but they showed a bit more of that. I'm just looking forward to this coming out so I don't have to see trailers for it every fucking showcase like we have for the last like 3 years.
Alright, so Metal Gear Solid is because I loved Guns of the Patriot. The game's so old that at the time it was on PS3, it didn't have trophies. Same with Devil May Cry 4. And because I loved Guns of the Patriot so much, I'd be like, yeah, I can play Phantom Pain, because I remember playing at a friend's house, and I was just like, you know what? I can't be bothered. Like, I want to do the whole tactical espionage thing, but I can't. And I'm pretty sure in Phantom Pain, if you die too many times, you get a chicken hat. But I will say, I giggled at the start of the trailer where it shows him like wearing the lab coat and he's like got his back turned to like the officers. Like you can clearly tell it's him. Or even the part where he's hunched in the box and someone picks it up and the iconic.
Yeah, you nailed it.
Yeah,
the iconic.
But yeah,
I'm sure it's going to be good. It looks like a really good remake. It's just we've seen it so many times now. Yes, I probably exaggerated when I said it's seen it for the last 3 years. It probably hasn't been that long, but it does feel like every game showcase we see it. We see a trailer for it. We see a tiny bit more, and we're like, okay, get the game out. Get the game out already. We've seen enough of it. Next game, Neo 3. So there's a demo out now. I've installed it, and I have not booted it up yet. But it looks like it's a lot more open than the previous Series 1. It is a Souls-like. Hey, yeah, now we're talking. You're going to get sick of me saying Souls-like with the fucking Summer Games Fest showcase. I tell you that right now. I saw someone tweeting out about it. Was it Tyler Glale, who is making Mugenics with Edmund McMillan, who was from Super Meat Boy and Binding of Isaac. So he's working on it with him, and he was like, yeah, trailers were like remake, and then Souls-like, a new IP, Souls-like. We've got a racing game, Souls-like. Just every like second announcement, and it wasn't that many, but it was a lot. And I love them, but I could see people getting completely fucking fatigued. And so many games now are like being inspired by Souls-likes as well. So I see people gonna get sick of them. So yeah, so we even had a friend. There's a game that we'll talk about in a little bit. I had a friend that said, "Oh, he's making a Souls-like." He's like, "Yeah, but is it?" And I want to be like, "Yeah, but I mean, Sony said it's a Souls-like. They said it's a Souls-like. It's a Souls-like." But now everybody's like, "Oh, everybody calls everything a Souls-like." But Neo definitely is. That's how Neo started.
Well, at the time, wasn't it like the I don't not a clone, but it was like when the first Neo release, it was the first game to sort of like be inspired by Souls-like before it sort of Souls-like basically became a genre in itself.
Okay, so Neo 1 was 2017, and we had Lords of the Fallen. When was the first one of that? That came out 2014. So that was quite a bit before, but it was not very good. The new Lords of the Fallen, the reboot, I actually enjoyed a lot. So there's a 2014 one, and then there's a 2023 one. Yeah, so it was one of the earlier ones, though. It was still 3 years after Lords of the Fallen. Neo felt like it was the best we'd seen an attempt at a Souls-like by someone who wasn't from Software. And Neo's got some problems. I think that Neo, there's way too much fucking loot. I don't want to be playing an inventory management game. Like, you go to a level and then you get fucking 50 katanas, and I'm like, what do you want me to do with this cunt? Like, oh, go back and sell them and organize them, and which is the good one? I'm like, oh, just honestly, give me a fifth of the fucking weapons. Give me a tenth of the weapons. Fuck, I would be happy. Just make your weapons more like a little more unique. Don't just have random scaling on across. But I think overall the games are great. I just want there to be a little less loot because I'm not playing it just to fucking loot shit.
See, as someone who's not that well versed in like Souls, like when I see big monster and dodge rolls, it's like, is this Souls like?
Yeah. And sometimes they're not Souls like. Sometimes this is actually an action game, but it's still inspired by them. Like, look at what God of War has become, which I love the new God of Wars, but that combat is very heavily inspired by Souls likes as well. And I wouldn't say God of War's a Souls like, but the combat is like heavily influenced by the Souls game for sure. So yeah, you're gonna be sick of me by the end saying Souls like. There are just a lot. So Neo 3, it's a more open world Souls-like than the previous games, which I finished the first, I didn't finish the second, but I've put some hours in, and I enjoy them. They're good games. It's definitely worth playing. Next game was Thief VR, Shadow of Legacy, which is coming to PSVR 2, and I imagine it's coming to PC platform, but we'll see. It looked good. People have been feeling like they want more stealth games, and this game looks great. You see them, you're sneaking around, you're fucking executing people, backstabbing them, and you're looting shit. You know, hence the name Thief. But people were gutted to be like, oh, we've been waiting so long for a new Thief game, and it's fucking in VR. So some people weren't thrilled, but looks good. I've never been into the Thief series, and I'll be honest, my Quest 2 has been gathering dust a bit, so maybe if it comes to that, maybe I don't dabble. But what do you think of the trailer?
I'm kind of in the same boat. Like, looks good, but I haven't been able to get into Thief, or what's the game that reminds me of Thief? Dishonored?
Oh yeah, Dishonored.
And I don't know. To me, VR games still have that feel of this kind of feels like this kind of looks like a tech demo.
Yeah, some of them are a bit like that.
And yeah, that's why it sort of sucks when there is a new entry and it's like, oh, new game, yay, VR. Oh,
hey, you've been waiting for a new Half-Life game for so long, and it's in VR, but people weren't that mad at Valve about it. I guess because it's Valve.
Didn't Alex or Elix, how it's pronounced, do really well though?
For a VR game, yeah, it did well. That still feels like, because there aren't really many like AAA VR games, really. That game felt like, oh shit, we actually have a AAA VR game. The game feels so good. There's I know we just keep going on tangents, and I realise I'm taken away from Thief VR, Shadow of Legacy. But playing Half-Life Alyx, which I also still need to finish, sometimes you're just not in the mood for VR. There's a big commitment of like, I've got to put the headset on and commit to this tonight, right? Instead of sit on the couch or sit in front of the PC and have something on the second monitor. But I was hiding from these head crabs in this area. Then you're in this dark room and you just hear them scuttling around. And I'm like, fuck. And I'm hiding behind this pillar. And then one of them jumps out. I duck behind the pillar. And it fucking slams into it. And then I'm like, bam, round the side. And then duck behind again. Like, it felt amazing. So, there is good times to be had in VR. Robo Recall, fantastic game. So, there's plenty of good stuff. So, hopefully it's good. Hopefully it does well. But not a thief enjoyer. So, probably not for me. Tide of Tomorrow. Dude, for a moment, I forgot. I was like, what is this game? But I remember it actually looked really good.
Yeah. Because I thought it was cool where it was just like, it's got a nice art style to it. And you see there's like, oh, how do I do this? Oh, I see that another player, Digital Mum 69, has gone this route. I was like, okay, maybe I'll go along this way.
Yeah, it looks great. So it's a first person action game. It looks like a story, story driven, but it's multiplayer, which is cool. Boats. And
can't relate.
And factions. So it looks like I assuming you can side with different factions in the game. That's how it appears. So you've got a bunch of different sides, and you choose to team up with one of them or what. But yeah, it looks interesting. I'm definitely looking forward to seeing more. It looks like it's out early next year. So I want to see what this game's about because it looks pretty unique. It does have a little bit of like, I know because not just because of boats, but a little bit of like a Sea of Thieves vibe in the way that you kind of co-op as well. But yeah, great trailer. And they did show it wasn't just cinematic; it was gameplay. It looks like there are choices as well. I imagine that the choices matter. So yeah, looking forward to seeing more, and might be on the list to play with the boys at some point. There's new Astrobot levels coming out. This is great for me. Love Astrobot. Look at him back there. Look at that little guy just hanging out. So there's going to be, they said, 90 planets by the time this is out. This feels like, the way they talked about it, made it sound like it probably is the last DLC it's getting. But more free DLC for mine and many other people's Game of the Year last year. Excellent. Love it. The only reason I hope Astrobot doesn't come to PC is because you need to experience it with the DualSense PS5 controller, because it's actually incredible. The only game I would ever say, I think, that I'm like, yeah, the DualSense really added to the experience of the game. Because most of the time it's like, oh, the controller started speaking to me and it was fucking annoying. Shut the fuck up, Chadley, you annoying little cunt. In Final Fantasy VII. So, yeah. Looking forward to those. Sea of Remnants. We got another pirate game.
This one initially threw me. I was just like, wait, what? Because it looked like it had a wee bit of slapstick sort of humor in it. The art style reminded me of the later Monkey Island games.
Yeah, 100% has that vibe.
To the point where I was like, is this like a new Monkey Island game? But then I was just like, no, it's a action game, but also like Sea of Thieves-esque.
Yeah, and it looks like as well some turn-based combat in it as well. Like, I was trying to figure out, like, is this turn-based? Is it not? Like, what's the deal? Yeah, it's in third person. The boss fights look really cool as well. There were dragons, there were mermaids. Like, I'm very interested in seeing what this game's going to be about. I'm just wishlisting it. I did wishlist it
same.
Before, but I was like,
and it does.
Yeah, it looks cool.
It does say turn-based.
Yeah, so it's one of these things where I'm not 100% sold on it yet. And they're saying, they're saying it's an RPG. So, yeah, but it looks cool. Looks different. There's I would say there's not many games like this. Oh, that's playing through my speakers. Thanks for that. Oh, fuck you, Steam player. Yeah, very much
Took
want to
me
see.
by surprise.
Yeah, definitely a surprise. I wonder if we're getting all these pirate games though because of the success of Sea of Thieves as well. Like, Sea of Thieves was hugely successful, so I wonder if that's a factor when everyone's starting to capitalize on it now.
Sort of like how country music has had a little bit of a boom in the past couple of years.
It's very unfortunate.
For gamers, it's pirate games. I mean, nautical pirate games, not you know.
I know. I feel you.
That never went away.
I learned some things about. There's apparently that De Novo anti piracy software. I was reading about apparently there's only like 3 people that know how to crack it, and 2 of them are like completely unhinged, and one person said that it came to them in a dream, and it was in Dark Souls 2, and there were these chains that were coming down everywhere that were all the anti-piracy software, and they could read them. They could read what was on the chains, and then as they read them, all the chains broke, and then the next day they understood how to get past the De Novo. Apparently they're very mentally ill. But I was like, what the fuck?
Or gifted.
And there's the third guy who apparently only does it to play football games, and no one knows much about him. It's like, so random, but this is what I was reading about. I don't know if that's 100% true or not, but that was what these people were talking about on Twitter. I was like, that's fucking wild.
That's so awesome. Random.
So, yes, we went from pirates to piracy, but we're back now to Sword of Sea. Third person, I thought a third person vibes game. So, it's exploration. Sword surfing. Visually very pretty, looks great. It's only going to be on the PlayStation catalog, so if you pay for PS Plus, and then you'll be able to play the game without having to buy it outright. I believe it's the devs that made Journey. So what do you think of this?
I thought it looked cozy as shit, but as soon as I saw it, I was just like, this looks like Journey. But I didn't know the name of it till asking you. Yeah. I reckon it's going to be a cozy environmental puzzle game. I feel it's going to be I have a friend who he likes Final Fantasy and stuff, but he would be like, man, when I just want to just chill, he would chuck on Journey. So, but I don't want to say low energy, but it looks like it would be like a chill time, and
that's what I think too. Third person vibes game. I think that sums it up all right.
Yeah.
So PS. Oh no, that's not the next one. The next game, the FBC Firebreak, which is made by Remedy, made Control. This actually takes place in the same place as Control, as well, which is cool. The guys who also made Alan Wake. So it's a first-person shooter, which is 3-player. And it's coming to Game Pass and the PS catalog. And I've had my eye on this for a while because I think this game looks really fucking fun. It looks less serious than their other games. It just looks like a fun game. 3-player co-op. What do you think of this?
It didn't really stick with me. But I'm not gonna write it off, especially since it's coming to Game Pass. A friend of ours of the stream,
friend of the show, Game Pass.
Yeah. So, also, never played Control. I just knew it existed. Yeah, I'll wait for it to release and I'll give it a blat. We potentially blat with the boys.
Yeah, Absolutely. Yeah, so the area, I couldn't remember what the building was called. It's called Oldest House. So you're in Oldest House, which is like where Control's set. And I think it looks good because Control's a very serious game, and this looks like it's less serious, but still able to capitalize on the IP, which is cool. So PS Catalog's getting some new games. So they're getting Deus Ex, Twisted Metal 3. I wrote 3 and 3. 3 and 4. Resident Evil 2 and 3, the original ones. Myst and Riven. So that's cool. And they're just getting a few more games to the catalog. 007 First Light. The third-person action game. Stealth, story-driven. It's got driving sequences in it, which James Bond, as it should. It's made by the Hitman team. So people complaining it was like a young James Bond, but I think it's cool. We're getting a little bit of like an origin of this young James Bond, and I'm not sold on it yet, but I did think everything looked good from what they showed. So, what do you reckon?
I have a feeling it's not going to be my cup of tea, but it did look impressive.
You do hate the British, to be fair.
Yeah, I hate my mum. Jokes. Friend of the show.
Friend of the show, Stephen's mum.
Mum!
Oh, yeah. Look, yeah, I'm undecided on this one, but probably leaning towards no, but I do think it looks good. And I got a lot of respect for IO and the Hitman team. Just the Hitman has never been for me, but I love how like here's a Hitman level, like the new ones especially. It's like there are so many different ways you can tackle the level, which is really fucking cool.
That's
people
why
speed running them.
Yeah.
As well, like people doing levels in like 30 seconds, and you're like, what the fuck? Like insane. Like so super cool and super great team. So Ghost of Yotei. They showed us a wolf, and they like, yeah, you're gonna get gameplay in July. Great, cool. Thanks for showing us fuck all. Sony's just like, we've got to put one of the big games in here because we're not showing Wolverine because that's just gone off the radar.
Yeah,
apparently. Yeah, I'm sure the game's going to be great, but they just didn't show us much here. We saw more with the last trailer. And this, I would say, is the other highlight of the show, other than... Oh, well, actually, so Romeo is a Dead Man was up there. Hiragami. Ninja Gaiden Ragebound. And this. These are all my favourite ones of the show. This and Ragebound especially were probably the top picks for me. This Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls. So it's an Arc System Works fighting game. 4v4 tag battle. It is heavily stylized. It looks absolutely amazing. This game looks stunning. It looks so fucking good. It looks like a mix of like comic book with Arc System Works style, which is, they make the best looking games. Dragon Ball FighterZ still looks so fucking incredible to me. They absolutely nailed it. I think that these guys are, not all of their fighting games are for me, but I think these guys are the best team making fighting games right now. I really do. I think they're great. Like I really enjoyed Street Fighter 6. I enjoyed Tekken 8. But these guys just make the best fucking stuff, man. It's so good. Like move over Marvel vs. Capcom. Like this game
Marvel
is
versus Marvel.
Yeah, Marvel versus Marvel. 4-player tag I think is interesting because in my mind I'm like, it seems like a little much, but no, it looks awesome.
I'm hyped. I also like the fact that not a huge comic book nerd, but I liked how all the characters didn't feel like they were just plucked from, like, this was inspired from this issue, or this was inspired by, like, the Avengers or something. Each character looked like they had their own, like, anime flair to them. Like the little fucking V on Iron Man's helmet, giving it like Gundam-esque vibes. Dope.
Rule of cool as
Rule
well.
of
for that
cool.
Stuff. As
No, I'm hyped for this.
yeah, man, this game's going to be absolutely fucking massive. It's insane. Dragon Ball Fighters was huge, and I think this has potential to be even bigger. And we know it's not just Marvel IP that sells games, because we saw what happened with that Avengers game that was crap. Yeah, I mean, the Guardians of the Galaxy game, a lot of people said it was really good, but I think it did okay. I think this game's going to be fucking massive. So you're going to get a lot of casuals in that are going to get their shit fucking wrecked. But Arc System is good for, like, this kind of IP. I imagine they'll have, like, the basic, like, auto combos like they had in Fighters. So there'll be a more optimal way you could do a better combo, but there will be options for you to do combos more easily, which is good.
Oh,
So yeah, I can't wait, man. This game's going to be... This is probably going to be a day one for me.
yeah. No, I'm excited.
This man's Excite Bike.
Good reference.
Very, very topical, very current.
Yeah. Oh, but fuck it, and it looks so slick. In motion, and even just the character models. Far.
They've nailed it. So that was the last thing they showed in the showcase, and I think that was, I mean, it couldn't have been a better end for it, really. They picked a perfect game, and I thought it was a really good showcase overall. There's a lot in there that I liked. There's more that I liked than I didn't. And State of Play historically has been kind of shit. The last one was good as well, but historically State of Play has been kind of crap. There'd be like maybe 2 things in there that I was like, oh, this looks alright. But I was very impressed. Like, what were your thoughts on this showcase?
At first, I was just like, a little bit underwhelmed. But because I knew from the jump, like, I was going to vibe with Romeo is a Dead Man. That got me. Marvel, that to me, that's the show winner. Sea of Remnants is like, yep, I'm a bit excited about that. But the origami game they reminded me of was like, no, this was also like a wee gem. So it was better than... I didn't write it off, but I sort of like was like, but no, all in all, it was better than when I originally watched it.
Yeah, overall, I'm happy with it. I think there was a lot announced that I think was worth everyone's attention. And the thing is as well, like, because people get in this mindset of like, because a game's not for them, therefore showcase bad. And even the stuff that's not for me, I thought most of it looked really good. So yeah, good showcase. Good showcase in my opinion. So we get to the next showcase. We're an hour and a half in, and we've only covered the shortest showcase. We'll see though. I think there's more misses in Summer Game Fest, but that makes sense because there's a larger volume of games. So it's not because it's a worse showcase. So we'll see how I feel. I just felt like after we talked about that, I'm even hotter on the State of Play than I was before, because I was like, man, all this shit sounds so good. So Summer Game Fest, they opened up by shouting out indie games, and they shouted out Repo, Schedule 1, and then they shouted out Expedition 33 as well, which technically not indie and AA, but still awesome. They were just talking about some of the most popular games of the year, so it was really cool them shouting out these smaller games because they deserve it. So the show then opens with Mortal Shell 2, which is Souls-like. I didn't like the first one at all. Just I tried. I put a little bit of time into it.
What did the first one look like?
I just could not get into Mortal Shell. Maybe it's a skill issue, but I put 3.5 hours in, and I'm just like, bro, I just don't. I'm just not vibing with this. Oh man, even 3.5 hours unlocked all the shells in the game. 26% of people had that, so people were not getting much further than me. Another, only a quarter of the people that played the game got as far as I did. It's fucking crazy. So yeah, I didn't love it, but there was potential there. So the music sounded awesome. They were playing some heavy fucking tunes. Visually, it looked faster than the previous one, because the previous one was fucking slow. Which isn't always a bad thing, but it felt too slow in this. darker, it's bloodier, and yeah, visuals were great. So yeah,
I feel with this and another game that's on the list, the thing I'm becoming a little bit more accepting of is when I see a Souls-like game. I was like, I respect that, because labeling it that already like puts into my mind, it's like, you're not going to be good at this game.
thing is, they're not all created equally, right? Some of them are easier than others. Like I say, a great one, really. I still don't know if it's your type of game though, but if you want it, like God of War, right? It's got that Souls-like combat, but it's much easier than if you were to pick up Elden Ring. Which, to be fair, a lot of Elden Ring's not that hard until the end game, but it's the most accessible, I think, of the From Software games. But
Without dumbing down and alienating.
Yeah, it's still not easy though. So I still wouldn't say it's an easy game. So, but God of War is like a good place to start because you also get a lot of story and so on. Apparently, Lies of P has added difficulties. So they've added, I think, 2 lower difficulties in the base one.
Yeah.
So I think you'd love that game, like visually. You'd love the aesthetic of it.
Lies of P.
Yeah.
I've played Lies of P.
Have you?
And I got filtered by the one of the first like big bosses that has electrical powers.
Oh, I remember the one. Yeah. I don't want to brag, but I did one and done that.
Brother.
I fought in the demo and they nerfed it from the demo because it was way harder in the demo. Fucking bullshit. I still beat it at that, but Jesus. Yeah. I think that Lies of P, if it was still on Game Pass, I'd say pick it up now that it's got the updates and make it easier, but nah. Unless it comes back to Game Pass, I'd say probably not for you. And that's okay. There's a bigger... So there's been a lot of Star Wars shit in Fortnite recently, and they're like, there's an update, it's Death Star Sabotage, and they showed space combat. Look alright. Fortnite, you know, but cool that they're still adding shit to it. I'm a little Star Wars out. I'm like 4 hours into Andor, and every night I'm like, do I watch Andor or do I play Mario Kart? And I play Mario Kart. So, Death Stranding 2, we have seen so much of this. It's out real fucking soon. I've heard that it is a lot of the game. They've showed stuff based like in Australia, and Skill Up, who is Australian, was like, "Yeah, this doesn't really look like Australia, but yeah, I see what they're doing. I see what they're trying for." So yeah, I've tried the first one. I still haven't got back to it. I would like to. Coming out soon, so people are going to have a lot more thoughts on this. Seriously. Chronicles Medieval Knights. Horseback combat. They showed very little gameplay. But it's voiced by Tom Hardy, because they're like, hey, Tom Hardy's voicing this, hey? How about that? Game could be similar to like Chivalry and maybe Mount and Blade, depending how much mounted combat.
Do enjoy Tom Hardy.
I bet you do. Did this do much for you? I guess they didn't show too much.
I mean, I was like, sir, can I have a little bit more, please? But
so we might see more in a future showcase anyway.
Yeah.
So that word's coming back. I realised how much better the quality actually was in the State of Play now that we're into this one, though. I was like, just skimming through. Like, no, I bet this one. Nah, not interested. I accidentally skipped over. I wasn't trying to be... I'm not trying to be offensive to the autist out there. Okay? I'm not trying to deliberately skip over something. But Sonic Racing Cross Worlds.
Featuring...
Hatsune Miku.
Ichiban Kasuga.
Oh, him too. But the trailers look really good. They showed at the end of it as well Minecraft levels that look actually fucking awesome. But this is releasing a little after Mario Kart. And I think that has done it so much damage that this game's probably not going to be that big.
Have you dabbled any of the other Sega racing games?
Yeah, I've dabbled one of them. I'll just look up which one it is. I've dabbled Sonic and All-Stars Racing Transformed.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it, but it's not... I still stand by, I think Crash Team Racing is the best. The best kart racer still. I still think it beats every Mario Kart. I think it beats... Yeah, I just think it's the best. And that remaster... Still to my mate Mark about it yesterday. Our mate, sorry, he's also your friend. I don't want to do that again. I don't want to do that to you again. But I was talking to Mark yesterday about it, and him and his partner Jess they've just bought it, and they're loving it. They're like, this is the best shit. And then he was like, I didn't know they added Nitro Kart levels. He's like, I never played them. And the Nitro Kart levels are so much better in Crash Team Racing because the game plays way better. So those levels, you're like, oh, these are actually pretty good tracks. But because Nitro Kart played kind of shit, you're like, I don't think much of this. I know now people are doing shit on the new Mario Kart where it's like, you go on this rail, you grind, and then you jump off, and then you spin on a wall, and then you bounce off down onto another rail, and you do all these things. Like, oh, yeah. Like, it's cool, but you play like fucking Sewer Speedway, and you're like, nah, this is a fucking track, man.
I was talking to one of my mates, who saw the Sonic game. He's like, it looks alright. It's probably going to handle like arse. So he's like, but it's got Ichiban in it. He's like, damn man, I'll get near anything, basically anything that has Ichiban in it. It's like, so you're going to get the Dave the Diver update? And he's like, nah.
Yeah, fair. But the game legitimately does look good, but I'm probably not going to get it because I'll be playing Mario Kart, and then once I'm done with that, I probably won't play a kart racer for another couple of years.
And unfortunately, the king of the mascot karting games is Mario Kart.
I thought you were about to fucking say like it was Sackboy. It was
Name
Sackboy. We all knew it.
Name one person who played that. That's right. You can't.
Real Radic on Twitter. I don't
know. He played the Little Big Planet racing game.
He's always gassing up Little Big Planet. That guy. I never liked Little Big Planet.
No, the racing game.
He played every Little Big Planet. He's always talking about them. This guy loves that shit. Probably loves it. Mod Nation races as well.
Hey, Mod Nation races.
Mod Nation races.
Mod Nation races was great.
Yeah. So I hope it does well, and maybe the word of mouth ends up being like this game's actually great. But I just think Mario Kart's already put the nail in its coffin. It is what it is. So before I accidentally skipped ahead, I was like, here's that word again. So we got Code Vein 2, what kind of game is that, Stephen?
Anime Souls-like.
Yeah. So I played the first one. I finished it. I couldn't tell you a single fucking thing that happens in that game. I really couldn't. I don't remember anything. There's a character who's like wearing like some ripped clothing, and you see just about everything. You're like, okay, that's on brand. They wear gas masks. But the gameplay was great. Most bosses were good. There were a couple of unbalanced kind of shitty bosses that would one-shot you, or just had some pretty janky attacks. But overall, gameplay-wise, very good. So, will I buy this? Don't know yet. Trailer was like real dramatic as well, very, very anime. And I'm like, well, if the gameplay's good, I might dabble.
I mean, I dabbled Code Vein, and I got not super far in it, but I got further than I did in Lies of P. But I think I was like, this is cool. But my main two gripes with the first one was, you know how you had different, I think it was like different jackets?
Yeah.
They had different parry time windows.
Oh.
And also the doing like a back drain was never guaranteed. It was like, yep, I am directly behind them. If I inch even further, I'm gonna breathe on them. And it's like, it's not letting me back drain. What the fuck?
Actually, when did Steam sale last played it? 2019. So October 2019. So I finished it. It took me 23 and a half hours. If you're a weeaboo and you like Souls-likes, that's the game for you, because the gameplay is legitimately very good.
I remember playing through Game Pass.
For me, buying it like a sucker.
So
I don't know if I don't know if it launched on Game Pass though, because 2019. I think it came out on Game Pass later.
Yeah. So I don't know, like, out of all the Souls-likes I've played, which is like a handful of 2 or so, Code Vein was the preferred one. So will I buy it first day? Absolutely not. When it's on Steam, when it's on special, maybe. But I'll find a way of dabbling it.
Yeah, you'll find a way, will you?
Yeah. Nah,
is that Randy Pitchford? If you're a true fan, mate, you'll find a way to play Code Vein 2.
Nah, not writing it off because I enjoyed the first one, but it's not going to be a day one. But it's a eventual acquisition.
Wait, so the next game, End of Abyss. So it gave me Little Nightmares and Inside vibes, but
yeah,
it was like quite a far zoomed out third person. It wasn't quite bird's eye, but it was almost bird's eye, and it's kind of like a horror shooter. It looked great.
Yeah,
art style and stuff was great. Like stylistically, looked really good. Very
looks gross,
unnerving, and yeah,
yes.
It's a gross. It's like it's prettier than this example, but you know, the show back in the day, Are Real Monsters, was like kind of gross, but you know, this is prettier than that. But it's got a pleasant grossness to it. Hard to describe. But yeah, game looks awesome. It's not coming to Steam. I think Epic Games is partly funding it, so we're not getting a Steam release. So that's a shame, because I probably won't buy it then. Maybe I get it on console. I've been stung too many times by the Epic Store. I won't go back.
The Hades saga.
Yeah, and Ashen.
But yeah,
we don't have card saves in 2019 or whenever it was. They have them now.
No, but it gave me Little Nightmares vibes, and I was like, this looks real cute, but in an unnerving way.
Yeah, I've still got to play. I played through the first Little Nightmares, but I can't remember. I don't think I played through the second. It's on my list. Next game we've seen little snippets of for a long time, but there's Mouse PI for Hire, which is a first-person shooter. It's black and white, and like the old Mickey Mouse style, like the old Steamboat Willie style. Looks like a lot of fun. The game's come a long way since they showed like their initial trailers, I think, back on Twitter. So, yeah, looks cool.
It does look cool. Again, just because I'm not like super big on first persons, not a day one, but it's like this looks mean, and I would want to dabble it eventually.
Great art style. I mean, it's a rip-off of old Disney, but great art style. Or charm. The next game, Game of Thrones War for Westeros. So this was just a CG trailer, so we don't know fuck all about the game really, but except it's an RTS, so real-time strategy game, and it looks like you can play as bad guys, the good guys, whatever you want to play as. So
the giants, they'll probably be huge.
Yeah, they'll probably be pretty big, I imagine. Yeah, so we don't know which factions are going to be playable, but it's going to at least be like we saw Jon Snow, and we saw the Night King. So we're like, okay, cool. It'll be cool if you can play as like, I can't remember the names of the races in fucking Game of Thrones. It's all fucking, it's fantasy slop. Like, oh look, it's a dragon.
Oh,
Oh,
that's a white walking man.
oh, it's me out for a stroll with my dog. Here he is, the White Walker. But yeah, I mean the trailer looked great, but it just didn't show any gameplay. So we're gonna have to wait to see more of that.
People have been stung too many times on just CG trailers. So
No gameplay, no hype, as they say.
yeah,
The next game, Atomic Heart 2. So I didn't get around to playing it when it was on Game Pass because it came out in a pretty crowded kind of window. And there were a few criticisms I saw about like the game felt like, why can't I sprint? I feel so fucking slow walking through these areas. And the main character says, crispy critters, like every 5 minutes. He sets things on fire. And apparently it was very, very painful because of that. But otherwise, the game looked great. This game looks like a big step up from the first one. The visuals looked amazing. They brought back the thick robots. Let's fucking go. The idea of thick robots, I'm like, that's hilarious to me. I imagine they spent a bag on getting "Don't Stop Me Now" by Queen. Great fucking song. Yeah, all in all, great trailer. Depending on if I can get the first one cheap, would depend on if I get this as well, because it's a game that I should probably play the first one because it looks like it does continue on the story. So, yeah. Thoughts?
thick robot. That's my takeaway. And brilliant use of a Queen song.
Great song.
Yeah, as someone who hasn't played the first one, I was like, if I were to play the second one, probably should play it first.
It feels like that. Sometimes you can get away with it, but some games is like, you gotta play the first one. And this feels like that. And they've announced another game, in the same universe, looks like the same devs, called The Cube.
Yes.
And this trailer looked really interesting as well. Like, they haven't showed heaps of it yet, but it looks same universe. It looks like kind of end of the world kind of stuff. They've said it's going to be an MMO. It's an MMO RPG shooter, which we haven't had too many of. We had Destiny. What's so funny? What are you laughing at?
Thick robot.
He looked at the robot and he's like, damn. I know I'm nutting too tonight.
No, but I'm getting a virus too.
Yeah, I mean, I need to see gameplay because this was a very good CG trailer, but they haven't showed us gameplay yet. So I'm not hyped for it yet, but I'm interested to see what they do because it showed another side of the universe that looks like it could be interesting.
We got to see a robot with a bowl cut or a bob.
Now we're talking. Now we're fucking talking. Next game, Marvel Cosmic Invasion. And there's not heaps to say about this, but it's an old school beat 'em up side-scrolling game, and it looks good.
It looks so clean.
Yeah, the art style looks great. Music sounds great. Like I say, there's probably not a heap to say about it, but it looks really good. They looks like they've done a great job.
I gotta say, when talking to one of my mates, it's like, I feel like this is an archetype that isn't getting used much. And it's like, what? Muscle mummies. And he's just like, he sort of looks at me weird. He's like, yeah, you seem to be into that. It's like, only 2D ones. Big women with muscles freak me out.
I felt like maybe 3 years ago the muscle mummy thing was everywhere, but it feels like it went away.
But
so yeah, it's on my list there. Keep an eye on, to be honest.
Again, looks clean, looks fun. The controls look fluid. Well, it looks like it handles fluid. We only, in the trailer, we saw gameplay of Rocket Raccoon and She-Hulk, but apparently it's going to have a big roster, which is nice.
Looks like Captain America, looks like Storm, Nova, Wolverine, Spider-Man, Venom, whoever the fuck that guy is with the sword.
Venom.
Oh, where's Venom? Oh, God. So, yeah, keep my eyes peeled for that, mate. Jordan somewhere's like, hey, you don't peel eyes, mate. So we got Onimusha, Way of the Sword. Third-person action game. Looks look, I'm not going to say it is a Souls-like because Onimusha's been around forever, but the combat's looking a little more Souls-inspired than previous games. Visually looks amazing. Looks great.
Because I remember, I think maybe it was the last State of Play where we got the HD remaster of the first Onimusha, and then they showed the trailer of the upcoming one, and the guys, like, all those guys are behind him, and you think he's going to be real heroic, and he's just, like, turns tail and gaps.
Yeah.
And I was just like, ooh. Like, this is going to sound real dumb, but it makes sense in my mind. Two things I get real excited for Capcom. New IPs, and also breathing life into old IPs. It's like a way of saying, haven't forgotten you, and we know there's an audience for this. Let's bring it to the modern age.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Capcom's great at doing that. So maybe they'll do it with Mega Man one day.
Yeah, well, who knows?
Yeah,
the Legacy collections sell really well.
Yeah, it makes sense. I think Mega Man's kind of hard to do a modern one because you do 2D and it's going to be great and, well, probably be great. They've fucked it up before, but well, I didn't mind 11, but a lot of your old school Mega Man fans are like, it wasn't the best. It wasn't the worst. It wasn't the best.
I'm in the camp of I loved the Battle Network because it was RPG, but massive soft spot for the X series because it's slightly edgier and the albums, the soundtracks just rip, especially Mega Man X3, which is basically just Guns N' Roses' Appetite for Destruction.
Hell yeah. I mean, it's a banger of an album. If you're going to rip an album off, mate, rip that album off because it fucking rules.
Oh, especially the MIDI guitars go hard.
Oh, dude, it's so good. But yes, the Onimusha Way of the Sword looks really good.
Yes.
It is on my list. This is a game, though, that I probably wouldn't go back and play the previous ones to play this because it looks very different. I went around to my mate's place once years ago. Eddie was playing, like, might have been on PS4. There was a way you could play the first one. It wasn't like a remaster. It was just like a port. And he was playing that. And I was like, oh, what's this? He's like, oh, Onimusha. And he described it. He's like, yeah, it's kind of like Resident Evil, but with swords instead of guns. I'm like, oh, cool. And that was the first time I'd actually seen it. And it wasn't that long ago. I didn't know much about it. I'd heard the name, but I'd never seen gameplay of it. So this looks very different from what the old ones look like, but it looks like what an evolution of Onimusha should be.
Yeah, yeah.
So the next one, which is a very interesting game, Felt That Boxing.
Yeah.
Poppets? Puppets? Jesus, Poppets.
Poppets.
Yeah.
Whippets?
Yeah, just watch Pirates of the Caribbean, mate. You know? Doesn't someone call someone Poppet? I don't know. I haven't watched it in years. Puppets, boxing, comedy. I think Steven said you thought it does look like a Punch-Out game, but it's really hard to tell what this game is because it doesn't even look like a video game.
No, I do watch the trailer twice because I was just like, oh, is this all just like cutscenes? But then there's the scene where he's like sitting on the toilet and there's like a little meter, and I was like, all right. And then like with the motions of the actual boxing where the Punch-Out comparison came from, I was like, okay, so yeah, it all looks like a cutscene, like live action, which is interesting.
Yeah, very interesting game. Never seen anything like it. So, look, I don't know if it's going to be for me, but I hope it does well because we want to see people doing new and interesting things.
I might be an idiot.
Well, you are, but
I am an idiot because I was just like, Felt That Boxing. And it's like, oh, cool title. I was just like, then I looked up, I was like, are Muppets made out of felt? It's like, yes, Muppets are made predominantly of felt fabric. And I was like,
do you know with the Sesame Street, they were once Muppets and now Muppets is a separate brand. They were technically like Muppets, but
Yeah.
They are separate now. I think they're separately owned. But like the Sesame Street puppets, essentially, they're not allowed to be photographed like off someone's hand. Like they're not. You can't do that. You can't just like take off like Elmo and then put it down and people get a photo of it. And if it's not being used, it has to be they have to be put away in these like glass like protective cases.
Why?
Sesame Street is like super protective of it.
Fair. Oh, because they probably it's a kids show and they probably don't want them like doing you or like some youths like posing it in some dubious position.
Yeah, but also keep some of the, let the kids think these things are real in a way. They don't want to see lying down just with showing where the hand hole is to shove your hand up there.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Something like that. Next game, Killer Inn. So murder mystery action game. So you're going around, you're finding clues to try to solve this murder mystery. There's seem to be different roles, and you have different objectives for different characters and stuff, which seemed interesting as well.
Among Us.
Yeah, and that was the last thing they said. It is like a social deduction. So it looks kind of like Among Us on crack, but I don't think this is the game for me. But it seems like a really good game. Like from what they've showed so far, it's got a heap of potential.
When I looked at it, I was just like, I can already tell this isn't really my thing, but I reckon we could chuck it in the friend slop trough. Yeah.
I know as well, friend slop makes it sound like we're shitting on it, but we're not. It's just...
Yeah, and there are games that are marginally better playing with the boys.
Absolutely. Yeah, so we'll keep an eye on it. I don't think it's for me, but yeah. Could be worth a go. The next one is Arc Raiders. So this trailer showed fucking nothing. So I know about this because I've heard that people think this is going to be the marathon killer. So it's a third-person extraction shooter. I've been hearing heaps of good things of people who played the early access. But that trailer was just CG, whatever. So I've got my eye on it. I really like Hunt Showdown, but I don't know if I like it because it's an extraction shooter or because it's very unique. But I play one game of Hunt Showdown maybe not one game. I'll go and play maybe 3 or 4 games of Hunt Showdown every like 3 or 4 months. And the game is so tense that I put it down and don't play it for 3 or 4 months. It's so sweaty. It's so tense. It's just, yeah, it's a lot. But I really enjoy it. So I'm open to extraction shooters. So hopefully Arc Raiders is great.
I've still yet to dabble an extraction shooter.
You don't really dabble shooters, to be fair.
No, and honestly, I feel like playing an extraction shooter will like give me heart palpitations.
Yeah, they're very sweaty. It's very, very intense. Might not be your kind of game, but if it's free to play, then maybe we jump on at some point, get the boys online. Boys. I don't know yet if it will be or it'll be paid. So the next game is Dune Awakening. There's a third-person shooter in the Dune universe. It looks like you have the option to also play either side, which I do like. It should actually be out by the time we're recording this, I believe. So I enjoy the Dune movies, the two that are out so far. Let's have a look. Dune Awakening. Yeah, very positive. 87% on Steam.
It's not bad.
Pretty good. Yeah, it's $80 New Zealand. It looks like there's some potential base building stuff in it as well. I know as well this is kind of reductive to be like, well, it kind of looks like Star Wars, but some of the screenshots do kind of look Star Wars game-esque. And I know it's like, Dune actually inspired Star Wars and Foundation inspired Dune. So, there's always inspiration from all of them. But game looks good. It looks interesting. So, oh yeah, there's multiplayer survival as well. Oh, that's right. So the trailer didn't make it look like a survival game, but it is. That makes sense with the crafting stuff now in the building. So it's third person shooting, but also multiplayer survival.
I'm gonna
less interested now. I don't really like survival games.
I haven't watched the Dune movies. Maybe I should give them a crack.
You should, but you got to watch them with good sound as well, because there'll be moments where there are these scenes, these sprawling scenes across the desert, and then you hear, and there's a deep bass tone, and you really have to have the subwoofer to really appreciate it.
Yeah.
I'm not even kidding. And actually, oh shit, I didn't put the name of this game.
Dark. Hey, you had a lot to cover.
Oh, dude, it was crazy. There's so much. Let me just find that. Chrono Odyssey. Okay. Chrono Odyssey. Yep. So, dark fantasy, Souls-like, sci-fi vibes. So, third person. Gave me some Returnal vibes as well, which I love. Returnal. Returnal's, I think, the best PS5 game to be honest. So, yeah, I'm very interested in this game. It looks fucking awesome to me.
It looks very impressive, but I was just like, I'm probably not going to be good at this game. But that doesn't mean it's not good, or it's not going to be good. Like, I can appreciate games that have a high skill level that I don't have, but I can appreciate it. The game looks graphically beautiful.
Most of my notes come from just the trailers themselves. I've looked up the game now on the Steam profile. It's a fucking MMO. I didn't expect that from the trailer.
Dang.
So, yeah. Oh, don't be playing that music, man.
Then you're like, so not playing it.
I'm definitely less interested now. But
you can't make me.
The combat looked very Souls-like. It does look cool. The theming of it is great. I really like the look of that. So yeah, maybe this is an MMO that I actually become interested in.
No, we'll see.
For me. Because my problem with MMOs is that I feel like the gameplay is always so dog shit. Like, it's just everything happens so slowly, and I just can't get into them because the gameplay is the worst part of the MMO to me. But this looks like it's a gameplay focused MMO, so I'm interested. Next game they showed was Wuthering Waves. It looks like it's an expansion of sorts. It's a gacha game, anime titties. We've seen a million of these. What do you think?
I mean, I will say it seems that with the gacha anime games, they are, pun intended, real picking up their game because they look like AA games.
Yeah, the games as well. Like, I played a little bit of what was the most popular Genshin. I played a little bit of Genshin, and I thought the gameplay was actually pretty good. Visually, the game was good. And then as soon as I beat the first major boss, the grind started like immediately. I just felt a switch. I felt that switch flick, and I was like, I'm not interested anymore. Get me to grind out.
It's like I think the only gacha I'll play, like I've dropped off ZZZ completely, but is Star Rail. I love my turn-based and
Hunk Guy Star Rail.
Oh. But yeah, it's weird. Not weird, but the sound, the voice acting, the graphics, like, and the story is so well crafted. It's just like, this is a free gambling game. What is this?
Yeah, they're getting better. Matt Hamish playing that game that's all about like the ass and the tit jiggle physics with the guns. That Nikkei.
Goddess Nike.
And he's like, yeah, but the story's actually really good. It's really dark. I'm like, dude, you're just a fucking gooner. we know why you're playing this game. He's like, yeah, that's how they got me in, but it really kept me in with the story. Oh, dude. Man's got no shame, and I just fucking respect it.
Yeah, it's just like, what has got to sneak out? Oh, the butt game. Yes.
Oh, yeah, of course. That's right. The butt game. Yeah, so not for me. Not interested, but that's okay. Next game, Mio, Memories in Orbit. The 2D platformer Metroidvania. Art style, I think, looks amazing. And I wishlisted this immediately. There's so many of these types of games out these days. Like, there's so many like these 2D platformer Metroidvanias. But there's so many of them that are so fucking good. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to this game a lot. Yeah.
I could not remember its name. It's sort of like when that other, I don't know if it's no, I'm pretty sure it's a Metroid, wasn't it? That octopus game that we looked at last time.
Oh yeah, the Konami published one.
Yeah, it's just like I remember seeing that. It's like cannot remember its name.
Yeah, I can't remember the name of that one either. But yeah, this game, yeah, I've just looking at the trailer again now. Beautiful looking game. Very much looking forward to that. It's coming out on fucking everything by the looks of things.
Hell yeah.
So, yeah, and there's a demo out. Out of Words, stop motion claymation game. So the characters lose their mouths, and it's a two-player side scroller puzzle platformer. This trailer was really good. There's so much charm in it. What do you think?
Oh, I think it has quite. I think it's, as the people say, oozing soul.
Yeah,
like the fact that it's like it's all done stop animation.
Yeah, it's cool that we are starting to get games like this as well, like more commonly now, like
the Midnight Walk.
Yeah, and what was the game I played not long ago? Why am I not remembering the name? South of Midnight was like a stop motion kind of style in the animation, not claymation, but yeah.
No, I reckon it's cool. I reckon it's going to be one of those games where you'll be like, oh yeah, no, me and the missus have been really enjoying it. What do you think? It's like, I have no one to play it with.
Yeah, my bad. Nobody loves me and wants to play Out of Words with me.
No, it's just when it came with people saying, like, talking about Split Fiction, they're like, you going to get it? And it's because they'll say, oh, me and my missus really enjoy it. You're going to get it? It's like, I don't have a missus. And they're like, I'll play with a mate then.
Sorry, mate. So I'm definitely looking forward to that anyway.
Same. It looks good.
Have I wishlisted? That is the question. If I haven't, I will. Oh, is that not on Steam? Okay. Might not be on Steam. That's fine. Anyway, next game, Mafia: The Old Country. So it looks like it's a Mafia prequel. It's a third-person story-driven game. Looked tense in a lot of scenes. It looks really well acted. Visually looks great. I haven't played any of the Mafia games. You know, these were once considered, even though they're not true like open world, but these were once considered like GTA kind of competition, the Mafia games back in the day. I thought, as much as I'm not gonna play it because Mafia games have never interested me, the trailer looked really good. Looked awesome. Like I say, really well acted. It looked like a really well shot, like Martin Scorsese film. Like, yeah. So, what do you think? You in a similar situation to me?
Basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know I shouldn't. I know they probably play completely different, but I do get Mafia and Hitman mixed up. Titles.
I love
the titles mixed up.
Saying Hitman like Pikmin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry. Hitman.
Oh, Hitman.
Hitman. Bruce Laserman.
Oh, of course, my best friend. Yeah, so looks good, but neither of us are going to tackle. It's just, there's too many games to play, man.
Dude. This next game, I want to play it.
Lego Voyages. Well, once again, you don't have a missus to play with, so
I'll play with myself if I need to on camera.
he does it all the time.
Yeah.
Two-player Lego game, and you're building your solutions to kind of get to the next areas. It's like a puzzle game. Game looks really good. It looks awesome. Not the only Lego game we saw either. So, yeah, I think Alex would be into this, so it's probably going to be a game that she'll be interested in.
I became a bit of a Lego snob over the years, just because every game they were releasing was just the same Lego game but reskinned under a different franchise, like Harry Potter.
You told me you were more of a Mega Bloks fan anyway.
Yeah, because the pieces are bigger, and I don't have a fear of swallowing them. No, but with them releasing more games that aren't just like of that IP, what was the a game that's been on my wish. Okay, no, it wasn't. I thought it was, but it is a Lego Builder's Journey.
Oh yeah,
and like them like doing stuff like that. Almost, this is gonna sound silly, but with Lego Builder's Journey and the one that we've shown, I like the fact that the way that it's viewed and the scale, it's like real Lego scale. Whereas when you play like Lego Avengers and stuff, everything is like, oh, I'm this regular sized dude.
Yeah, it's apparently a big thing for these Lego games as well, is that Lego says like anything you put in the game has to be made out of Lego bricks officially, right? You have to be able to actually make it and model it for it to be officially in their games.
I like that.
So I think that is really cool. But also, they can't use stuff that's from really, really old sets that people like, that are sets that are too old. Like if it's a 90s set that they never redid, you can't use that particular pirate ship out of that set. They're like quite particular about it, but it's interesting. I get all these big companies are super protective of their IP, but it makes sense.
But no, and look, the game looks cozy. If I get a missus in the time, or just a bro that I can play it, I'd really like that. Sending applications out after the pod, because I really want to play this.
Please, somebody love this man. Please, anyone.
You don't have to love me. Just play this game with me.
Well, that's how they'll fall in love with you, Stephen.
Yeah.
Knowing you is to love you.
Really. But nah, looks charming, looks cute. I want to dabble it.
Yeah.
Now!
It looks great. Next game, Nicktoons and the Dice of Destiny. So they brought out the voice of Sandy Cheeks, which was pretty fun.
Mm-hmm.
Heaps of Nickelodeon voices in there. So it looks like they got the voice actors, the actual voice actors to voice the characters in the games. It looks like a top-down brawler. I don't think the game looked very good. Nickelodeon's been known to skimp. Yeah, they got mobile game vibes. Nickelodeon's been known to skimp real bad on these kind of projects as well, historically. Like the Nick Smash ripoff, essentially. They were like, we'd be really good if we could get voice actors, and at least for the first one, they're like, nope. So, okay, cool. I don't have a lot of thoughts on this game, but it was cool that hearing the voices of all these characters that I grew up watching.
Well, did you hear that game? It was called like the Patrick Star game.
I don't think so.
It's basically just Goat Simulator, but with a SpongeBob skin on it.
Oh, interesting.
Which is on Game Pass.
Did you hear the creator of SpongeBob when he's like, don't do spin-offs. Don't do a Patrick spin-off. And they're like, okay, and then he died, and they're like, we're doing a Patrick spin-off, let's go. Like, as soon as he died, pretty much. Which is like, oh, dude. There
were quite a few things that, like, one of the things they asked us, like, oh, what is Beanbag's sexual orientation? And he's just like, I don't know, man. There's a like animated, animated sea creatures. I kind of just view most of them like, well, I basically just view them all as asexual.
Yeah, they don't need to be. Well, I want to know that SpongeBob is out here fucking Sandy, man. I didn't know that he's clapping those sandy cheeks. Like, who cares, bro? It's a kid show.
That's that episode where SpongeBob washing. I think it might be like a sea cucumber or something, and Gary comes, or like an anemone or something. And Gary's just like meow, and SpongeBob like flicks the channel. He's like, Gary.
Stuff like that's good. See, that's good. But maybe he's got a thing for sea cucumbers. I mean, they do look pretty phallic. He does got a lot of holes to be filled. So,
well, they're doing that SpongeBob spin-off where it's like camp, like they're part of like Boy Scouts or camp.
I'm not for it. Let the creators, let his wishes be.
Well, the thing is, he did leave after the movie, so maybe he like signed the rights away to Nickelodeon.
He probably did. To be fair.
Ocean Man.
By the hand. Yeah. So, don't think the game looks very good so far, but maybe another trailer down the track will show us a little more. Next one is Liza P. Overture. Got it wrong on this doc, but at least I pronounced it mostly correct. So, Liza P. DLC, which is out now. I don't know how the fuck I'm going to find time for this. Thank you for correcting the doc, Stephen. Liza P-E-E. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this. Love Liza P. Fantastic game. Highly recommend. I'll get around to this eventually. This is a game that looked really interesting. This is one, Fractured Blooms. There's a first-person horror game. Really unnerving. You're hearing these voices, like reading these subtitles that would come up on the screen. It's like, oh, go out to the garden, and you hear these like three voices reading this, like it's like in your head, and then it's flashing, showing your character like or like blood on the screen and stuff, and then when it zoomed out right at the end, it's like. Because the art style was really quite interesting. Then it zooms out and shows this really just anime-looking girl, and I was like, why'd you have to make it some weird anime game? It just...
See, I was just like, oh, this looks fun, because it's something that's just like, oh, it's like a list of chores and stuff, and then it's like, that's fine. You're doing all these chores, and then you go through the
tomatoes?
Yeah, and then you go down the hallway, and it sort of starts distorting a little bit, and it's just like, clean the dishes, and then there's like just this gaping eldritch nightmare there. It's just like, oh, okay, this is a horror game.
Yeah, I just think that it didn't have an anime aesthetic at all, and then when it zooms out to show the character, why does the character look like they're from an anime, but the rest of the game doesn't? I don't know. It was weird. It was a weird thing for me.
It's so they can. It's called disarming people like you and take them, catch them off guard.
Yeah, all right. Don't take my money, then that's fine. I'm not against everything that's anime looking, okay, but there's just a specific like. It's just so overdone. Look, I might buy Code Vein too. Okay.
You mean Code Vein also?
Code Vein as well. Also, I'm gonna pop my magnesium real quick. Don't mind. I'm not just doing drugs. I am. It's good magnesium. It's high quality. Yeah, so I'm on the fence about that game, but I think the idea is actually really cool. See how they execute on it. Next one, Blade and Soul Neo. I've announced a new character for it. Gave me a bit of Dynasty Warriors and Genshin vibes. I don't know much about it. It's a free-to-play MMORPG.
That's been around for quite some time.
30% reviews on Steam, which is absolute dog shit. So that's not a good look. But maybe this is the start of them to turn it back around. Who knows? And then they announced a new game. That was Blade and Soul Heroes, which is an MMORPG, but is also turn-based some of the time, which was interesting, free to play. I thought this trailer looked a lot better than the Blade and Soul Neo trailer, but it's still probably not a game for me. But this trailer seemed good. Also, we're at the weeb part of the showcase, because we've got Crystal of Athland featuring One Punch Man. There's a CG trailer that didn't show me much, but the trailer was cool.
One Punch!
I haven't actually watched One Punch Man, but I've seen a few clips here and there, and it does look very entertaining.
I enjoyed the first season, and I'm sure I'm going to enjoy the rest of the season. I watched it as episodes came out weekly, and then I just stopped. And yeah, I'll pick it up sometime. The series, not this game.
Yeah. I mean, they've showed us very little anyway, because there's a CG trailer. This one was the Seven Deadly Sins Origin. Very anime, but it's very pretty.
Yes.
Third-person combat gave me Dragon Quest and a bit of Ni no Kuni vibes from it. And I was like, yes, it's anime. That's what I'm saying. But this is what I'm saying about not every anime is... I'm not saying it's all bad, because this was like a very pretty stylized kind of anime. It looked very crisp. It's still probably not my type of game, but I'm interested in seeing more about it, for sure.
Same.
The trailer looked good.
I tried getting into the Seven Deadly Sins anime. I watched a couple of episodes, like, this is neat, and then it just didn't hold me. But this, I was just like, it's pretty.
Yeah.
So, if it's on special, hell yeah.
The next one was Jurassic Park Evolution 3, which is a park building game. So if you've got that kind of tism, I have a different kind of tism. So these park builders aren't for me. Alex likes a park builder. I've heard the earlier ones are good, but there's bugs in them that they just never fixed, which is a bit disappointing, because they've been free, but they've been part of that PlayStation Plus subscription at times. So I know people played them, but yeah, park builder, you're trying to keep your dinosaurs contained. Eventually something will happen and they will break out and they will eat people. So there is a bit of that, and that's cool. What about, does it do much for you?
I mean, I've dabbled the older ones, and I have one of the park builders on my wish list, I'm pretty sure. It looks cool, but I feel the problem is, at least for me, I was just like, yeah, I've got all this freedom to like create what I want, create enclosures, and I'll do like a chain link fence in the center of the park, and I don't know what to do.
Yeah. I'm not a creative person, so stuff like this doesn't vibe with me, and it's a me problem completely. Like,
yeah,
nothing wrong with the games. It's just I'm just not creative. Or what I'll do is I'm like, oh, I'll start making this, and then when I scale up, I realize all my stuff is fucking stupid, and I'm like, oh, I have to restart it from scratch, and then I just don't. It's enough for me. Yeah. If you're a park builder or you're a creative person,
mind,
then I think that's a good game. Next game, Mina the Hollower. So I backed this on Kickstarter fucking day one, because the Shovel Knight devs. So this is a top-down, very much Game Boy Color inspired game, and vibes from, if you ever played the Zelda games like Oracle of Seasons and stuff from this era.
Yeah,
it's got a lot of that kind of energy about it. Those games are honestly fucking excellent. The music
done by
in this,
Capcom.
Yep, Capcom. Dude, Capcom, what a company, bro. What a company. I saw as well they just turned 40. Capcom was way... Oh, was it they turned 40 or was it 42? I think they might turn 42. I'm like, damn, Capcom is fucking 10 years older than me. It's crazy how long they've been around for and how long they've been killing it. Yes, they were not killing it for a period of time as well. But they started off killing it. They got a little slack in the middle, and now they're killing it again. Actually, we were talking about Capcom and new IP before. I know they've done a couple of games on Game Pass. What was the game we played together where you're killing the raptors, the dinosaurs and stuff?
Exoprimal.
Exoprimal. I know it wasn't the most amazing, groundbreaking game if you're paying full price for it, but I played that on Game Pass. We played it together. I loved Exoprimal. I had such a good time with it. I played all the way through it to get to Oh, is it a spoiler?
To get to that part.
There's an end point. And I won't say. But the whole time you're against other teams and just trying to progress before them, and you'd see little kind of phantoms of them and stuff. Exoprimal was great. Anyway, on a tangent. Meat of the Hollower looks really good. I've been looking forward to this for ages. This game's taken a long time for them to get out as well. Like, it's like a Game Boy kind of game. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it a lot because, see, behind Shovel Knight is one of my favourite games of all time. I think it's superb. I think it's really, truly a very close to perfect game. So, yeah.
I
pumped.
When I saw that, as soon as I saw that, I was just like, this sort of looks like Shovel Knight. It's done by the people who did Shovel Knight. And it captures that late, but near the end of its life cycle, Game Boy Color vibe. And I was like, nah, this is cool. I want to buy this.
Yeah, and I wonder if the soundtrack will be done in a way it's like this could be played on like a Game Boy Color chip. I wonder if they've done that again like they did with Shovel Knight, where it was like this could be played on like an SNES chip.
Oh, hell yeah.
Can't wait. The music for it is amazing. Like the music, this is some of the inspiration. So Totally Porf, who did our intro music, when I hit Porf up, I was like, here's some kind of things for inspiration of what we want. I can't remember, I gave him like some fighting game music because we had discussed it, and I gave him like some Shovel Knight stuff. Like, I'm like, which I think the music Porf did is amazing, and I'm like, look, I'm not expecting you to make us a Shovel Knight or like a Street Fighter 2 level fucking banger, but the music Porf ended up giving us was fucking amazing as well. So yeah, stuff like that, I was like, this is the kind of vibe we're going for. Porf killed it. So, can't wait for this. So this should be out, I believe, later this year. That's exciting. Next game, the Deadpool VR. So the dialogue was pretty cringe, to be honest.
Yeah.
And there's two things I noticed. This in the Xbox showcase where, because there's, I think I'll actually mention it more. I'll save 1 point for when we're talking about it with the at the Xbox showcase. But yeah, they made a joke though. The joke I thought was funny about skipping over the Silk Song trailer because everyone's been waiting for Silk Song forever. They're like, yeah, the joke. Jeff Keighley's reading out a thing that's like a note that Deadpool's given him to be like, yeah, skip Silk Song for us, you know, blah blah. That bit I thought was funny. And I think Neil Patrick Harris is actually quite a good voice for Deadpool as well. I think he's got a lot of it down. But the dialogue was very cringe in the trailer. It was a very hard watch. I wasn't impressed, but the gameplay looked fun, so we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, basically the same. I was like, cool, VR game. People love Deadpool.
And we're a bit marvelled out as well.
Yeah.
With rare exception, because I did think Thunderbolts was very good. Next game, Dying Light, The Beast. First-person shooter. Looks like it's... I couldn't tell if it was actually an open world like the other ones, but I assume it is. It looked pretty open. The scientists are experimenting on zombies and people. It seems like you actually get... You may be the beast. They're giving you powers like from zombies and things like that. I didn't gel with the first game, but the first game seemed cool. Had a lot of cool ideas. They've said, because people thought, is this a DLC or is this a spin-off? This is essentially the third Dying Light game. And the trailer looked really good. So I don't think I will play it, but I hope they've still got the parkour and things like that from the previous games, because that was a lot of fun. They had to develop their own, like, when they were making it. I believe they were making a parkour game, and they're like, we're not doing a zombie game, because it was the devs that made Dead Island. They're like, hey, it's a parkour game. And then they're like, what if we do a parkour game with zombies? And that was kind of it. So, yeah, trailer looked good, but I just don't think I'm going to get into Dying Light at this point. You never know.
Not a write-off, but, like, you know, things do seem a little bit more solid, or yeah, I want to buy that when they're cheaper and
Yeah,
on sale.
for sure. Next game, Gang. What am I
Gang,
saying? Gang. Next
gang,
game.
gang.
It's a third person game. It's called Mixtape. You're just teenagers being menaces. You're skateboarding around. I don't think the trailer showed too much. Like, they didn't. It just didn't do much for me.
What did you think of the animation choice?
Ah, it's okay. I didn't love it. I didn't hate it. It was like, what do you think?
I was just like, oh, is this going to be like something like? Is it gonna be a twist to this? Like, is it gonna be, um, like, what's the name? What's strange? Life is Strange.
Yeah,
Like, it's like three kids making the most of life before they graduate. And I was just like, aliens gonna visit is one
Rob
of their
Schneider is a carrot.
yeah is a stapler. So is one of their dads like hinted to be a murderer or something? It's just like they're trying to make they're trying to make their friendship last forever. And I was like, I don't think this game's for me.
Yeah. They've
Nah.
got to the end of the summer before they're gonna go off to college.
Yeah.
That kind of vibe. Yeah, not for me. I think it's like a feel good thing, and I want to feel bad. I want to play in a miserable world where I hate myself and hit my head against the wall until I complete challenge.
I just wanna feel something, be it gratification of you're good at this game, yay, or something shocking in a game, or something that real activates the almonds and makes you think.
Yeah,
Feel good. It's just like I'll watch a movie, and even then I don't watch movies. So
yeah. I think this is more for. I don't think this is a game anywhere near I don't think it's anything like Animal Crossing, but I think this is for like the Animal Crossing crowd. You know what I mean? It's a feel good kind of thing, and it's like
Cross Souls.
Oh, he's done it. Yeah, but the soundtrack had. It was interesting because the soundtrack didn't feel like just one era. It felt like a mix. It felt like 80s and 90s stuff, which is interesting because usually they'll just try to lock in one kind of era, but they kind of mixed them in. So yeah, but the soundtrack was good from what I've heard from so far, but not for me. Won't be playing. That's okay. Next game, Toa and the Guardian of the Secret Tree. So it's an anime style game. I'm saying anime more than Souls-like, so you get more sick of me saying anime. Oh, just because it looks like it's Japanese doesn't mean it's anime. Come on now. They're using that style.
This, I don't know, man. Like, yeah, it's
Top down roguelike. And
yeah,
it looked Hades-like. I actually thought this game looked quite cool, but I don't.
Same.
I'm not sold on it yet, but it's not a write-off. You know, it has potential, but I need to see more. But yeah. I know as well. Sometimes people will be like, it feels reductive to compare these games to other games. The best way for me to describe it is like, have you played Hades? Yes. It kind of looks like if you like Hades, you might like this. Which I like Hades. So next game,
Hades is really good.
which I believe was a pretty small team, is Axe of Blood. So it's a third-person brawler.
Oh,
It had Sifu kind of vibes. Did you get that?
yeah. Well, the thing is, because I'm pretty sure you do that in Seafood, but they did the thing. I'm pretty sure the game is one person.
Oh, it could be.
But that I was just like, oh yeah, what is that? And as soon as they did like the hallway scene,
Yeah.
like from Old Boy, which they also did in Seafood, I was like, nah, this looks sick. This looks cool.
Combat looks good. I like because there was a bit of parkour in it, but I like that you're fighting in like dingy apartment complexes and warehouses and stuff. Like, it's cool. And they show you a little glimpse of a fight with a boss with a chainsaw. A little bit of gunplay, but it's mostly like hand to hand. Game looks good. It's a heap of potential. So, yeah. I still haven't got around to playing Sifu, but it's on my list. So, yeah. Good stuff.
Nah.
Next game, Scott Pilgrim EX, side scroller brawler. So this is I don't know if it's a sequel or a prequel to the previous Scott Pilgrim game that originally released on like the Xbox 360 back in the day, which I thought was great. It showed off a few kind of like factions. I don't know if you're going to be able to side with factions or they're just showing you off the types of enemies you're going to be facing. Yeah, I loved the first game. Great. Might be a game we might be able to get the lads to play. I didn't see who was doing the soundtrack for this because
It's Anamanaguchi.
It is
It is
again.
Adam. Yeah.
It is cool. So they did the soundtrack of the first one, and it was fucking excellent.
Dude,
really good.
I remember. I can't remember what happened to the family PS3. I'm pretty sure it just stopped working, but I was so mad when it stopped working because my prized possessions on that were Street Fighter 3, Marvel vs. Capcom 2, and Scott Pilgrim vs. the World.
Oh, dude, such a good game.
Yeah. Going back though, when they re-released Scott Pilgrim, I didn't know how I could deal with that at the time, but dude, the controls are so like the walking is so slippy.
Yeah, and it feels you had to kind of like I think you had to stop to attack as well. So I hope for this one it's a little more fluid. Like most your attacks, you had to kind of stop.
But fuck, first one was a great time. Have a lot of fond memories for that game, and second one, I'll get it.
Yeah, the story's written by the writer of the comics as well. So
yeah,
very cool. I don't know if the sale's still on, but when they announced during it, Capcom sales on now, sales on RE7, and yeah, so that was REH. Woo! But I think it's over. First Ascendant Breakthrough. So it looks like I don't know if it's a paid expansion or if it's just cause I believe it's a free-to-play game coming out. I noticed immediately, like, man, this game is still really fucking horny. Whoa. Shout out to our friend Hamish again. He loved this game. He played it for a bit. Game itself doesn't really do much for me. But if you're into First Ascendant, cool that you've got a bit more content to play. This game, at least it was out in early access ages ago, but Scum. So it's a first-person survival game. Looks like it's had a shitload of ups. Is it? Is it? I remember a mate of Scripps, actually. I think he was playing it back in the day. No, it's not JagX.
Oh.
Survival game, so for me as well, not my thing. It's still in early access. When the fuck did this actually launch in early access? It was a long time ago, I feel. But that's the thing about these kind of games. Oh, look, they've got a roadmap. Features incoming with 1.0. Okay, so they are actually working towards the 1.0. It is actually looking like it will happen. So that is good, because a lot of these games have never come out of... It's 2018. It's been in early access for a long time. But it looks like I believe you play as like criminals, and you're on an island, and it's all everyone's out for themselves essentially. But now there's mechs, which is ridiculous. Guns, is dismemberment. If you like survival games, this really does look like, with all the updates, it looks really good. They haven't just stopped and said we're going to work on something else now. They really have been putting in work on it in the last 7 years or so. Yeah, if you're into that kind of game, here you go.
To consumer. Well, here you go.
Yes, pretty much. So they showed a Mind's Eye trailer. I believe Mind's Eye is out now. Let me look at the Jarvis. Pull up the Steam reviews. Mind's Eye has got a 40% on Steam, which is not good. So one of the co-CEO said he thought people were being paid to slander the game online. We talked about this in the last... Well, we talked about this game the last time they showed a trailer. We both thought it looked really generic, and we were not blown away by it at all. And once again, I saw this trailer, and I was like, this still doesn't excite me.
No.
I know the story could be interesting. Oh, that's right. There's my notes. Like, I was not paid to say this. And now it's out, and then I think the producer or something left, or one of the higher-ups left like a week before the game came out, which is really not a good sign. which is, and now the games come out and the reviews are average, and so it is what we expected. Unfortunately, just a pretty average third-person shooter. Oh well. Hitman Elusive Target. So there was two things. They're doing a crossover with Mind's Eye, but they're also doing a crossover with James Bond because Hitman, they're working on the James Bond game, and Mads Mikkelsen's character from Casino Royale. I was going to say Casino, bro.
Casino.
Your boy is tired. Casino Royale, and he's a hit in it, so you've got to kill him, and it's out right now. Looks great, man. Looks awesome. That character was great as well. I really enjoyed Casino Royale back in the day. That was the first Bond with Daniel Craig. So
I remember seeing it in the cinema.
Yeah. In my opinion, best Bond theme as well. Best Bond theme. You know my name, Chris Cornell. Banger. Love it. You know what? Maybe Live and Let Die, Guns N' Roses cover. That's probably up there too, but yeah, I actually love this James Bond theme. It's my favourite one. Rest in peace, Chris Cornell. So once again, Hitman's not really for me, but I'm happy to see this because that's a great crossover. Fits well. And then they briefly mentioned again First Light, but it was at the State of Play. So said about all we need to say about that. Another Lego game, Lego Party.
Hey.
It looks like a Mario Party game. It's cool because the customization for your characters it's massive because there's just so many Lego customizations. I heard that from some people that played it, and it sounds like it was really good. They haven't done the Mario Party thing where it's like you can. Sometimes they're like, oh, we're going to have a 1v1 on this one, or it's a 1v3 kind of deal. It's like, no, all the mini games are just you're all losing each other. Something hilarious about playtesting. So this, instead of stars, it's golden bricks, and they found like you get a thing you could steal someone's golden brick, but they added an option, and it's like you could also steal no one's golden brick or random of someone, because they found that when a dad would steal a brick off a child, the child might cry.
Aww.
So the dad had to be like, oh, okay, I'm not going to steal your brick. Like, they had to do that. But yeah, and it looks really good. Legitimately looks like a great Mario Party like clone. We played Pummel Party the other weekend.
That was a good time.
And I had a great time. And, you know, sometimes you're in the mini games flow state and you just become unstoppable. But yeah, Pummel Party was good because I played it years and years ago. I'd actually completely forgotten, and it was kind of crap. I was like, this is just bad Mario Party. And I played it recently, and I was like, oh, they've made everything about this game better. So, yeah, Lego Party, we welcome it, because Mario Party, they released one that was all motion control minigames, and I was like, this fucking sucks. I think I bought it and played it once, and I was like, I'm playing this shit again. And then they released one, a Jamboree, where it's like, we've brought back some old maps, but they could have done a new one, but no. There was one back on the Wii where you all rode around in one car together and you didn't control your own one. Well, you didn't get your own guy around the board. You're all in a car together. So I was like, So Mario Party's made a lot of missteps, I think. So Lego Party, do your thing. Light a fire under Mario Party's ass and give them some real competition.
And then release Lego Smash Bros.
And then release Lego Island 2. Unless Lego Island 2 existed, then release Lego Island 3.
Lego Island 2 exists.
I don't like
It's just, it wasn't first person. It was like a 3D platformer, and you just played as Pepper.
Oh. Well, that doesn't look anything like the first game.
No, the first one was cozy as fuck.
Yeah, I enjoyed the first one a lot as a kid.
But you could only
Game Boy Advance Lego Island 2.
But you could only progress the story by being Pepper.
Peppa Pig.
Roni.
Right. Next game, Wildgate. I don't know what people are going to be thinking about this, but I think this looked really good.
I was given an open access code, and I haven't used it.
Brag about it.
No, but it does look cool.
I I know as well people aren't gonna like. People aren't gonna like me saying this, but
Souls
it looks
like.
like that too. It looks like
Anime.
Space Overwatch in a good way. It actually has a lot of that. It is different than Overwatch. I know that's kind of reductive, and it's not quite the same kind of thing. But
Spoverwatch.
and yeah, actually, it is too reductive to call it that because it is actually quite different. But there is a bit of a vibe about it in an art style, and I know that it's a lot of ex-Blizzard devs as well working on it. But I actually think that in a good way, and it looks heaps of fun. So you're flying over your way onto like other ships, and it is like a hero shooter, and you're going onto their ships, and you're fighting dudes, you're looting, and I think this game's got a heap of potential. I think this game looks really, really good. And if some people go, "There's no one wants a hero shooter," I don't think that's true. I really don't. I really do think there is a hole in the market for a good hero shooter done well. Overwatch, they fucked up with doing their Overwatch 2 bullshit, and everyone got mad at them. Destiny, it's kind of part hero shooter, kind of not, but all the, kind of MMO. Now all the Destiny players are playing Warframe, which is also kind of hero shootery, but there is more to it than that. It's bigger than that. And Concord just released and was shit. There's still people playing TF2. I really do think there is potential for a hero shooter kind of game to make it big. So hopefully this is the one, because I think this game looks great. Thoughts?
No, it looks clean. I remember
video game.
No, I remember just being in Discord and my mates. It's like, oh yeah, I've got a early access code. You want it? And I was like, yeah, I'll jam it. I didn't, but nah, it does look good.
This game could fuck.
Yeah, potential to fuck.
Next game, Blighted. So this is by Drinkbox, who made Nobody Saves the World and Guacamelee. So I fucking love Drinkbox. I'm a Drinkbox enthusiast, so this is probably going to be a day one for me. It's top down. I'm feeling like I am getting more of a Nobody Saves the World vibe from it, but sort of different. The Steam tags. So this isn't me just saying these words. Metroidvania, Souls-like, action RPG.
It is, from an aesthetic standpoint, do you know what game it immediately reminded me of?
What?
Bastion.
Oh yeah, yeah. I also love Bastion and love was it Supergiant Games? I feel like that's the name. And if it's not, I apologise. But I really like that team as well. Yes, it is Supergiant Games. Oh yeah, of course, it's the Hades studio. I actually forgot that the Bastion studio was the Hades studio. Yeah, I love Bastion. I love Hades. So Hades 2 hasn't hit as hard for me, but I might wait for the full release. So yeah, Blighted. I'm looking forward to this. This was a wish list immediately.
I'm gonna add that to the list right now.
The next game, Ill. First-person action survival horror game. It looks slow, but in a good way. It looks kind of calculated. Every move you make looks like it's a deliberate thing.
Every breath you take.
Yes. I'll be watching you from the bushes. Shooting enemies in the leg dropped them as well, and I thought that was cool. I like stuff like that. I know games have done that for a long time now, but that was really nice in this horror game. Someone's blocking the door, you just like bam, shoot him in the leg, you get past him. There was a dude in like looked kind of like a mech, but not like it was like a suit, so maybe like a quarantine suit because there's like zombies, and he seems to be like maybe killing the infected, but he's trying to chase you down. So there's stuff like that. I wonder how you'll interface with those kind of enemies. So there's some human enemies. Then the trailer ends with you punting some zombie baby. Hilarious. I was like, all right, like this is a game that I'm very interested in this. I'm very particular on horror games.
Zombies.
Yeah, I'm not like sorry, on horror games. I am quite particular. Like I love Dead Space, but I'm not really a horror game guy. But this looks awesome. So very much looking forward to seeing more of this.
Yeah, it doesn't really seem like my sort of jam, but baby kicks. Alright.
Well, how about a game that might be more your jam? What about Mecha Break? Third-person action mech game?
Yeah, this, I want to say it was either announced or in, because I think I remember hearing from this from friend of the show, Hamish. I'm pretty sure.
This game comes out in around 2 weeks as well. So, yeah.
And it's a free to play.
Yeah, so this game looks really good, eh? Like, it looks, similar to Armored Core, but it looks like Armored Core's, you are flying around and hooning around, but this game looks like it's a bit more about flying around, which and so on. But yeah, it has a lot of potential. I know you enjoy a mech game. So
I do.
The trailer for this was completely CG, but we'd seen gameplay ourselves previously because we'd heard about it. And the trailer was a great CG trailer, but get to show a little gameplay, So,
yeah.
Look it on Steam. Yeah.
Yep. And it's, what do you got to lose? It's free to play.
So,
PvP.
Yeah.
Probably getting the sweats.
How do I pronounce this?
Oh, let's have a look. Infinitesimals?
That's a better job than I would do. So it's a third-person survival game. Looks like Grounded, but with robots and aliens. So
this one.
This game looks legitimately really good. I mean, this is once again, survival games aren't my thing. I played Grounded 1 for a little bit, and I was like, this is a really well done. This was also an early access. I'm like, this is a really well done survival game, but still not my thing.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, just the robots and aliens and just the whole vibe
Mannequins and ramekins.
Mannequins, ramekins. Don't make me rap again. The band Crystalia Eminem, just, I don't know, man. It's just...
But no.
Cracks me up.
It did make me think of Grounded straight away.
Yeah, very much. And, it's a little spoiler for later. Grounded 2's coming out.
Oh!
Yeah, no, but as far as survival games go, yeah, I'm interested in seeing more. And, some of these games, like maybe at some stage we stream Grounded 2 because it'll be on Game Pass so we could get all the boys on and have a go. And, and I'll only play for maybe 2 sessions and be like, I'm done. Survival game, I'm not interested. Like with The Forest, I thought The Forest was on this is really good, but it's not for me. These survival games that come out of early access, I'm always shocked. So, yeah, interested in seeing more. Could be good. And if it comes to something like Game Pass or PlayStation Plus, I think it will do it justice because a lot of these games, like if you don't have people to play with, they're just dead in the water.
Oh wait, no, you spelled it right.
What do you think I spelled wrong?
I thought you spelled Wu Chang Clan, but no, it's different game.
Yeah. I actually did find that we had Wu Chang and Wu Tang literally back to back, which is hilarious. They did a Resident Evil 30th anniversary thing, and then they did a RE9 cocktease. Spoilers, it's coming up. So, Street Fighter 6, new fighter pass. I didn't know who this man was in the trailer, and Stephen educated me. But Stephen, tell me a bit about it and how happy you are that your boy Alex is coming back.
I'm happy.
Okay, moving on.
No, so seeing the initial the thing, I was just like, oh, okay, Street Fighter 6. They get AEW's Kenny Omega, who is big weeb and big Street Fighter fan, to the point where when Street Fighter 5, to build up hype that they added the character Cody into the game,
Ignore this. Ignore this.
I thought you were saying that to the audience, just like, ignore it. This is important. He voice acted Cody. Now, I found it really funny because it's like, what's going on? Basically, Cody in the locker room, opens the locker, sees a reflection of himself cosplayed as Alex, and I was like, what the fuck? And then he does his wee poses, slips over, then he cosplays as Crimson Viper, which was pretty dope. Then cosplays as the controversial Ingrid. Ooh. Controversial because she's only really been in... The only game I remember her being in was the PSP version of Street Fighter Alpha 3. And a lot of people compared her to SNK's Athena, which is basically magical high schooler. And then they end the trailer, and I thought this is the part that made it so cool. They ended the trailer with Kenny cosplaying as Sagat. And then they show the season 3 characters, and they're all of Kenny Omega like cosplayed as them. And then it changes to them, and it confirms that these are the characters for this season. Alex looks dope. He's got his red face paint, but he's wearing a beanie with red face paint going up it. Leather jacket with the arms ripped off, ripped jeans. I'm excited. My Street Fighter 3 and Street Fighter 5 main is back. But not only that, is they showed gameplay of Sagat. So,
he looks fucking awesome.
Yeah. So something tells me he's going to be getting dropped in, like, near future.
Yeah, I'm so glad they're giving love to the late and great Bob Saget, you know?
Yeah.
Making a character based after Bob Saget. That's great.
Yeah. So, no, I was very, very funny, very goofy trailer.
Yeah. Excellent trailer for a fucking fighter pass. Like, of all things, to be like, yeah, we're going to sell you more overpriced characters. You're like, oh my God, but you did it so well.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, looks great. Really good announcement for it. Probably the best I've ever seen for anything like that. It's so much charm, so much soul to just be like, we're going to charge you $40 New Zealand for 4 characters or 5 characters or whatever.
But we'll get Kenny Omega to do it.
Yeah. I really do have a problem with how much these they charge you for season passes for fighting games. It just feels like too much for what it is. But sometimes if you love the fighting game, you'll pay it. I got the season 1 pass for Tekken, so you know. Probably won't get the rest. Did I tell you I got back in the day, I got Tekken 7 with all the DLC on PC for less than it would have cost for 2 of the DLCs on PlayStation.
Damn.
It was like $40 or something, and I'm like, what the fuck? So,
damn.
Well, I played it on PC in the end, after already buying it on PlayStation back in the day. Anyway, last flag. So, talking about hero shooters, this is a third-person hero shooter. It was all the game mode seemed to be about capture the flag.
Oh,
Big
yes.
Team Fortress 2 vibes, and it's set in the 70s. So I thought this trailer was great. I preferred the look of Wildgate because it feels a little more of a new idea. But I thought Last Flag looked really good as well. So yeah, I think it's got potential. And then Fortnite will come out with a hero shooter capture the flag mode and we'll kill it. So
yeah, I gotta say this is one of the games where I was just like, oh, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like the look of it, but we'll see anyway once it comes out. Hopefully, hope it's good. Hopefully, it's got the legs. So we've got Wu Chang Fallen Feathers, which is a Souls-like, an action RPG coming on Game Pass. Your boys dabble in day one. Well, as long as there's nothing else out at a similar time. It's developed in China, and yeah. One of the fights looked like the Ishin fight from Sekiro, which is fucking awesome. I think it's actually one of the best fights in gaming. It's also hard as fuck, and the vibes of it, I was like, "This is a fucking Ishin fight. What are they doing?" But I was not, like I say, not complaining. Game was great, but you know, once again, another Souls-like. This one is with kind of around Chinese mythology by the looks of things. But
Like
I'm liking that
Wukong.
we're getting a bit of this. Yeah, we got Wukong, we got Wolong, we got Wu Chang, and coming up next we've got Wu Tang.
Wu-Tang!
Yes, Wu Chang I think looks really good if you're a Souls-like nerd like me. So. But yeah, we've got Wu Tang Rise of the Deceiver, third-person action game. Didn't show heaps, but it looks really fucking cool, man.
It does!
Looks awesome. I heard about this game like a year ago that was in development. And I was like, okay, let's see. Yeah, let's see what they do. Yeah, looks like it could be a good game. We got to see a little more, but
And this is not uncommon. Like, I remember it was a big deal back in the day. I think it was like PlayStation, where Wu-Tang released a fighting game.
Yeah,
that's cool.
Yeah,
like,
they got. I think Ghostface Killer was doing some narration as well. So yeah, wicked.
Ain't nothing to fuck with, but fuck with this game. It looks good.
Yeah, so we'll see more. I imagine this isn't releasing till next year anyway. They should very little, but yeah. Good stuff. So, Guild Wars 2, new update, now free to play.
Cool.
KO RPG. What am I smoking, bro? It's an MMO. It's been around. Guild Wars 2's been around for fucking ever.
Hasn't it been free to play for a while though?
Oh, it could have been. They made it sound like it was a recent thing, but yeah, been around since 2012. So
yeah, I remember I bought Guild Wars 2, and I liked at the time the concept of you've paid for this game, you don't have to, like, there's no subscription. You've paid it, you play it.
Dude, apparently they went free to. Oh, the base game went free to play in 2015. So that was the base, but it was like after that was like buy the expansions.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, it's an MMO, you know. So for the most part, like I say, very rare for me to be interested in MMO. Guild Wars has been around forever. Great to see them thriving, but not for me. Mongol Stardive. Genshin Impact vibes. There's 1,000 of these fucking games. What are your thoughts, Stephen?
I don't even remember this one.
Yeah,
Oh,
I don't remember the trailer at all.
It kind of just looks like Genshin to me. I'll be honest. At least with Wuthering Waves and Genshin, or Honkai, you can tell those apart. But yeah, I don't know, man. It will be some other addict's choice, but
yeah, like I say,
not for me.
Not for me either, and that's fine. So hopefully people can find some joy in it. But I tell you what, won't be me. But then there's a little Cyberpunk 2077 ad, and then it's like, it's on the Switch too, and it's selling really well on the Switch. So
Hell yeah.
good to see. Into the Unwell. A roguelike, third person, old Disney-like animation. I thought this looked pretty cool. Yeah, it looks really slick. And yeah. This seems like something that I will play, to be honest. Combat looks pretty fluid. Yeah. Looking forward to it.
No, this game I was just like, because I was like, there was one that was like old school Disney. Turns out there were two.
Yeah, this one's a little more colourful than the other one.
Yeah.
There's still a lot of black and white and greys as well, but then it's like when they choose to use colour, and looking at the trailer again, there is a lot of colour in it. But yeah, they use it really well. So yeah. Game so far looks like it's going to be a hit. The next one, so people got upset about this with Splitgate 2 because he was wearing a Make FPS Great Again hat. And people just got all bent out of shape about it. And then he was slagging off other games and he was trying to be edgy, and yeah, I get why people didn't like it. It was a bit grating. It was like, this is shit that would have been cool in like 2008, you know? You're like, oh yeah, this guy's been real edgy, and oh, we don't get any of this. But now it's kind of like, oh, come on, man, you don't have to put these other games down. I mean, as I'm putting games down. But when it's your presentation, right? You want to just be, everyone wants to be lifting each other up as much as possible. So yeah, but I mean, it's high-paced FPS combat. It's it's a mix of Halo and Portal. Essentially, I played a little bit of the first one. They used Imagine Dragons for the music. Kind of, could have got anyone else, but that's fine. Yeah. They were like, yeah, we're not like these other games, we're better. So anyway, we're releasing a battle royale mode. And you're like, oh, okay, that's what everyone else does. So but the gameplay looks great. And I played a little bit of the first one in early access, and the gunplay felt awesome. The movement felt great. I'm just not sweaty enough for this type of game anymore, man. Just straight up, I'm just not. I'm a 32-year-old man, and I haven't been playing FPS. So I can't keep up. But yeah. I want to see stuff like this succeed, so EA will be like, maybe we should make Titanfall 3. You know? That's what I want. So, this is very much not a Steven game.
Yeah.
But the next game is Stranger Than Heaven, which was the game that was named Project Century, RGG game. Set in 1943, so that'd be interesting. I didn't realise it's also World War II time, so I wonder what's going on. And so it seems like a third-person detective game with a lot of melee combat. At first I thought it looked like it was in Japan, and then the dialogue is like very much telling you like you're a Japanese man who's not in Japan, but also then it's like, but is he Japanese? And you're like, well, I mean, he's I don't know, he seems to be. I'm not sure.
I'm very excited because
I thought you'd be a day one on this.
Yeah, because, I mean, you've got... How do I put this? So, with Judgment and Lost Judgment, you were a detective, but for reasons I think we've covered in other episodes, the franchise discontinued after 2. But I like the fact that it's... the brawling looks cool, and in Lost Judgment and Judgment, you and pretty much Yakuza, you knock people out, but then this one you straight up shanking people. It's just like show mercy, no mercy, but it's also like detective stuff, and I was like, oh, day one for me, most likely.
Yeah, it looks like it's got a good chunk of the Yakuza DNA in it as well.
Yeah.
You can tell it's their game, but still its own thing. It's leaning more into the detective side as well, by the looks of things. Yeah, looks great. I mean, RGG seems like they don't miss, so it's still. Their games aren't for me, but I really do appreciate everything they're doing. Like I see this stuff. It's high quality. It's high volume. They're killing it. They're one of the best in the biz right now, I feel.
Nah, very excited for Stranger Than Heaven.
And then the showcase ended on Resident Evil 9 Requiem. So, survival horror game. So I wasn't sure if it was first or third person, but they've showed... It seems like people that got to play a little demo of it, they were like, there was a part that was first person and a part that was third, and they think the game is going to be... So they released for 8 later, like third person mode. They think you're going to be able to change it whenever you want. You can play in first or third person. It sounds like. So going back to Raccoon City, the nukes did not kill everything. Main character appears to be Grace Ashcroft, who it seems like you've got to investigate a case in the same place where your mother had died. I believe her mother was a character in, sounds like possibly Resident Evil 1. And I'm hearing that Leon Kennedy is going to be playable as well, but I haven't showed that outside, in public yet, I don't believe. But yeah, I'm not a Resident Evil guy, but I love seeing how much everyone else enjoys Resident Evil. They seem great. Still need to get back and finish 2 at some point, but I just wasn't vibing it. But it's a me issue. I understand. So, what are your thoughts on this?
Um, I've again, I don't know. Resident Evil just doesn't hit, and yeah, not that that's a bad thing. It's just
Personal taste kind of thing.
Yeah, but when people ask me, it's like what I know about Resident Evil. It's like, oh, Umbrella Corp and Nemesis.
Yeah. Hey. Yeah, I mean that one that the guy punched a boulder and that was pretty cool. Chris Redfield, shout out to him. Got that tall lady that I've had fantasies about ever since. Yeah, so the length Japanese men will go to make me come, unbelievable. Still my favourite tweet of all time. I think it's so fucking funny.
And applicable.
But no, that trailer looks great. So that's good to see the Resident Evil fans eating good. So that was the end of Summer Games Fest. I think pound for pound it was weaker than State of Play, but I still thought it was good. I still thought there was a lot of good stuff in there. I said there's more misses because there's just more in there, like overall. So many of these gacha-like games as well. I'm not feeling, but a lot of surprises. L and Blighted, Wildgate, Lego Party. Like there's 4 in a row right there that I'm like, oh shit, these look great. So overall, pretty happy with the showcase.
Before we dive into the game part, the Xbox One, I am just going to take a very quick off-screen vape hit to wake me up.
Wake me up inside. Yeah. So I'll keep talking anyway, but so I'm pre-warning that I'm going to say Game Pass a lot for this. Some of the trailers they showed a little Game Pass stinger at the end of them. But they didn't have a Game Pass logo on, so I'm like, is this on Game Pass or not? It's hard to tell if all of them are coming to Game Pass or not. But I'm going to mention the ones that did explicitly mention Game Pass, so we're going to go from there. So this is the Xbox showcase. So Outer Worlds 2. So it is an RPG by Obsidian, so sequel to the Outer Worlds 1, believe it or not. I didn't finish this game, but I played a little bit of it. And it felt like a scaled-down Bethesda game. So it was smaller in scope, but the NPCs and stuff felt way better, fleshed out in it. So the game is about you're in space, but it's the future, and there's like hyper rampant capitalism that's happening. And in the first game, I thought they were a bit more clever about it. Like they showed you that these businesses were corrupt, but in the second game, the trailer, this is what I had a problem with the Deadpool thing I alluded to before. It's the thing of them being like, oh, capitalism bad, look, capitalism, it's capitalism, we hate capitalism. I'm like, yeah, I get it, and they even joke about it. A game about capitalism brought to you by capitalism, right? The game wouldn't exist without it, right?
Yeah.
And I'm also very critical of this hyper capitalism, but I also think when you're just this on the nose about everything, you're treating your audience as if they're fucking stupid. And I love a critique of it, but I just think you don't have to just keep saying, guys, capitalism bad. You're like, show me through the actions of these companies instead of just telling me. It's respect your audience to see that and go, oh yeah, this is fucked up. Like, even Borderlands is more subtle about it. Borderlands, the least subtle game in existence, is more subtle about how capitalistic and fucked up these companies are. And that's why I just think, I don't know, is it audience have changed and they need to just be fucking told now, or were they just being too heavy-handed with it?
Maybe it's kind of down to a little bit of lazy writing, because you can have a capitalism bad message and stuff, but there's this meme that has been circulating. It's of the scene in Family Guy where they're drowning,
Yeah.
And Peter says, I didn't really care for the Godfather. The reason being is like it insists on itself,
Yeah.
and that was written as like Seth MacFarlane read that as a joke. He's just like, I want this is meant to be perceived as like a pretentious thing to say.
Because
But
apparently
then,
it was something that one of his like university lecturers had said, and he's like, "What does
yeah,
this even mean?" Like, just someone who's
but
trying to be pretentious.
the way that I sort of interpret it is like if a game has an idea that it insists on itself, it's reminding you as much as it can. It's just like capitalism bad. It's like it's sort of, I'd say it's even worse than like a real on the nose metaphor. Yeah, could be down to lazy writing. I saw my mate play the first. I get these two mixed up.
Outer Worlds and Outer Wilds.
Yes, I saw my mate play the first Outer Worlds, and I was like, "Oh yeah, this was cool."
I put maybe 10 hours into it, and I enjoyed what I played, but I'm not into the Bethesda style games. I know it's like, but this is Obsidian. I'm like, I know it's a different team, and I know technically they made New Vegas, but it is that style of game. It is that very Western RPG, first person.
I've also
for me.
Just a little heads up, you might be doing the heavy lifting for this showcase because I only really have 2 takeaways that I was very excited about.
That's fine, Stephen. We're 3 hours, 15 minutes in, and I want to get to fucking bed. So, hey, no worries. I still thought at one stage, I'm like, do we fast track it? I'm like, nah, we should get all of our thoughts out. And then there were a couple of ones where I could tell we had nothing, and I just fucking was like, cool, what do you think of that? Nothing? Okay, sweet, fucking let's go. But High on Life 2, also, Outer Worlds 2 coming to Game Pass. High on Life 2, I enjoyed the first one. I didn't finish it because I found a game-breaking bug, and I'm not playing for the first fucking 5 hours of the game again. I fell through a floor, and I got to a point where I couldn't get back up to hit a checkpoint to progress the game.
Oh.
So I was like, oh, fuck. And I was like, I can't be bothered. I enjoyed what I played, but I was like, it's a first-person shooter with, you go to alien worlds and there's talking guns. It was very much like...
Morty.
I know. Yeah. It was very Justin Roiland coded. I mean, he wrote it, or a lot of it. But then he got kicked out of the studio, and they're still making a second one. But trailer looked good. Trailer really looked like a step up from the first one, which is great. First one had voice actors as well, like Psychic Peoples and Michael Cusack in it, who they did. What's their show? Why have I forgotten?
Smiling Friends?
Smiling Friends, but also from their YouTube channels, Michael Cusack of YOLO fame.
And Psychic Peoples is one of the, along with Oni G, Zach, and Hellbenders.
Yeah. Yeah, so
peace.
These guys have been around a long time, doing animation and stuff and doing their own voices. And so, yeah, great. I'm sure they're going to have a lot more of this voice talent as well in there for cameos again. So, we're on Game Pass. Doesn't feel like a game I will have needed to finish the first one to play, so released on Game Pass, so there's a good chance I might play it. Because the shooting and stuff was serviceable, and shooting and movement was fine. It wasn't amazing. It wasn't bad. It just was like, it was fine. So hopefully they can improve that a little bit, because that's all I'd really need. I enjoy the dumb humor in it. It's fun. Next game was Resonance, A Plague Tale Legacy, not a Plague Tale. So this is the third game. This might even be a prequel. Plague Tale. You see a woman being chased through a temple, and she gets to a point where there's a big demon-like creature. Can't tell if it's a creature or a statue, but didn't show much. It's in the Plague Tale universe, so I imagine it's going to be another puzzle/stealth game. Visually, the studio makes very pretty games. I hear they don't always run the best, but the games are very, very pretty. This is the same studio that made fucking Flight Simulator. So, really interesting studio. Yeah, I haven't played the other ones. They're not really for me, but happy to see them making another game that's coming out to Game Pass as well. So, good shit. also, I actually know the next one you're going to have a good bit to say about. Looking at the list. The next game, not even a game in the next list, the Xbox handhelds. So Silk Song, they showed a snippet of gameplay on it. They never showed a Silk Song trailer, but they're like, it's coming out day one on this thing. Holiday 2025, so, towards the end of the year. Runs a cut-down version of Windows, which is fucking great, because Steam Deck and SteamOS just seems to outperform my ROG Ally, which runs a full version of Windows. So hopefully the cut-down version actually gives better performance. But what's great about this versus something on SteamOS is that you can put Steam on this, and you can have native Game Pass, and you can have GOG, and you can have Epic Games if you so decided, or the Ubisoft launcher if you're a fucking idiot.
Strays!
Oh, Ubisoft went so long with that. We went 3 hours 20 minutes without me shitting on them. I had to do it. I can't help it.
It's a segment at this point.
Yeah, I can't help myself. So they announced 2 models. So they've got the ROG Xbox Ally X and the ROG Xbox Ally, which people are like, this branding shit. It's not the best branding, but this is a company that made a console called the Xbox, and then the Xbox 360, and then the Xbox One. So, as their third Xbox. So, don't tell me this is shit branding from this company that's branding is notoriously fucking dog shit, okay?
It's just on brand.
I've done worse. They've legitimately done worse. Oh, you're the Xbox Series X. What does that fucking mean, cunt? What does that mean?
Well, at least with Xbox One, wasn't the whole thing it's meant to be like an all-in-one entertainment unit?
Yes, but it's the third Xbox. It's a dumb name. What do you then call the Xbox One? The original Xbox. Oh, that sounds fucking convoluted. So, yeah, I understand as well, when you have Xbox 3 versus PS4, it sounds like you're behind a step, but I don't know. Would people have really thought that? Were people that dumb? Maybe. Like the Switch 2, I still stand by it's a good name because it is just a sequel to the Switch. And then people are going to be less confused than Wii U. They thought it was a fucking add-on for the Wii. So, anyway, tangent. It's got AMD Ryzen Z2 Extreme processor. This is for the Ally X. 24 gigs of RAM, 1 terabyte storage, 1080p, 120Hz display. And then in the other one, you've got Ryzen Z2A, so not as good CPU, 16 gigs of RAM, so a good chunk less RAM, 512 gig storage, so half the storage, but same screen, same refresh rate. I don't know how much they're going to be. I think they're not going to be cheap. So the Switch here is at $800. I think the X is probably going to be like $1,800 at a guess, but I'm hoping that Microsoft has said with this, we're not going to charge Windows licenses, and then they can shave $100 off the price, maybe, So I know OEM prices for them are cheaper, but yeah, I'm interested. But I paid $500 for my ROG Ally. I was thinking, I'm like, do I sell this? Because I can sell it. They're selling secondhand for like $600-700. I'm like, I could make money off this. So I'm not using it much at the moment, but I still want to have the option when I go to Thailand that I can play my Steam games. So I'm interested, but who knows if I'll buy one or not. I'd probably wait for a sale anyway, because I'm not going to buy one of these full price. Handheld gaming. Handheld gaming's back. The next game, I think, looks really good. So these are some ex-Witcher devs, and it fucking shows, God, it looks like it's a Witcher game, or in universe. But the Blood of the Dawnwalker, also a bit of a Blade situation, a Dawnwalker it seems. Much like a Daywalker. So it's an open world, third person, dark fantasy RPG. Some of the combat might be a little Souls-like, but, just saying, just a little bit. But yeah, you're seeing the Witcher DNA in there, but it looks great. You have any thoughts on this? Vampires and shit?
Not really.
Not a Western RPG guy.
No. Well, I mean, I've been meaning to finish The Witcher 3, because I did enjoy it.
Yeah, I just got stuck playing Gwent and then didn't progress anything else. That's a me problem. But yeah, game looked good. I'm looking forward to it. Didn't see a Game Pass one on this one, but you never know. Super Meat Boy 3D.
This is
3D platformer.
one of the games.
Oh, so the music I thought sounds really good, but it really felt all the other Meat Boy spin-offs have been really average. There's one that's like a Bejeweled kind of game that, There's one that's like an auto runner,
Yeah.
I couldn't gel with either of them at all. To me, this trailer feels like the gameplay looks good, but I feel like Meat Boy's kind of lost his aura. And I think that it used to be Edmund McMillan was the guy doing the art and stuff, and then there was the other guy that was doing the programming. And Super Meat Boy, the first one, feels incredible to play. Like, you watch like the documentary, and they wanted their thing to be like, we want a game that feels as good to play as Mario. And then they're like, we might have made something that plays better than 2D Mario. And honestly, yeah, it's a super fucking tight platformer. First Meat Boy, incredible soundtrack, incredible gameplay. I adore that game. And this just feels like he's lost his aura. But I'm hopeful. It's coming to Game Pass. So regardless, I'm going to play it. And if I'm liking it, I'll probably buy it on Steam. Because I like the devs as well. I don't know how big the team is now because it used to be one dude.
When I first saw it, the thing that made me think about was, okay, you've heard of MapleStory, right?
No.
Good.
Yeah, go on. I have.
A slick and well loved 2D side scroller MMO. They released MapleStory 2 and they made it 3D, like not confined to just 2D movements and stuff, and it flopped. It fucking caved. They couldn't recreate the magic of the first one, even though MapleStory isn't a complex game, or it's not a platformer, let alone a precision platformer. My concern is going to be, it's going to be like MapleStory 2. Are they going to try to, when they go make the transition into 3D, is it going to be just doo-doo, garbage? Looks cool though. It looks schlick, but also, what is the year gap between the first Super Meat Boy and this?
It's a long time, man. There was an Xbox 360 like early arcade game. Like that was when they started doing them. It was that and like Explosion Man and Fears. So that's a long time ago. Yeah.
Battle Blocks Theater.
Battle Block was after. Battle Block was a bit later.
But yeah, just
Alien Hominid, Castle Crashers.
What a weird time to bring out like a sequel.
Yeah. Let's see. When is Super Meat Boy release? 2010. Dude, have I still got it up on the shelf? Oh, it's tucked behind there. I actually have I can't see it. I've got an unopened Super Meat Boy like special edition.
Keep it unopened. Is it the red steelbook?
I don't think it's a steelbook. I think it's got like it's still sealed, but it would like open. I've also got Limbo, which I wasn't even a big Limbo fan, but I got it real cheap. So I'm like, I'm going to keep this unopened because it's a nice little collector's item. Yeah. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I'm not like I say, I'm looking forward to giving it a go, but and the thing is, man, like imagine if Mario just stayed 2D, right? We got Super Mario 64, and even though the camera is kind of shit in that game, everything else about that game is fucking incredible. Like the movement and everything, the level design is amazing. So company's got to try. The game that I think you will have a lot more to say about, though, as well, Ninja Gaiden 4. So, third-person action game. Combat looks slick, real fast. There's a lot happening on the screen, but I don't feel like it was too much happening on screen. So you can still keep track of what's going on. Big combos, big bosses, and it's coming to Game Pass. Steven, I got to duck away for like 1 sec, but I want you to just say your thoughts on it. I'll be back in a moment.
Are you peeing?
Yeah.
Cool, because I got to pee afterwards.
Hey, you go. You go, mate. You talk about this game. We'll be 1 sec.
So I'm real excited about this because it's the reason why I need to get a new computer. Like, playing the Ninja Gaiden trilogy was such a game changer for me. I especially since 2 was really good and 1 was good. It's just the controls were a little bit off, but I also liked it in 2. Well, 1, 2, and 3. You had guest characters, not guest characters, but you had Rachel the Hunter from the first game. She handles quite different, and then in 2 and 3, you have like female ninjas that play completely different. And the fact that they're doing the whole thing where you've got dual protagonists, and the new guy with that big fucking drill lance. I'm so excited for this.
Looks sick as hell. Once again, mate, rule or cool.
And like, I was almost saddened when I finished the Ninja Gaiden trilogy. It was like, this is such a fucking cool series. When are we going to get another one? We're getting spoiled with the fact that we got Ninja Gaiden Black 2. We're getting Ragebound, which looks immaculate. And we're getting Ninja Gaiden 4. Yeah. Again, it's the reason why I want to get a new PC. Because I want to be playing that full tit.
Yeah. Look, this man doesn't like half a titty, he wants the whole titty.
Whole titty.
Yeah, no, it looks great. So Indiana Jones and the Great Circle getting a DLC, The Order of the Giants. And I bet those giants are going to be huge.
Yeah.
I still haven't finished the game. Don't know if the DLC's coming to Game Pass. They had a little Game Pass logo, but usually DLCs aren't on Game Pass, so we'll have to see. But yeah, looked good. Probably not a heap to say. It looks more of the base game. Good thing. Yeah, here's a fucking game I want to talk about.
Oh.
Beast of Reincarnation. This is Game Freak making a Souls-like.
That's right.
Visually, this game looks stunning as well. Japan, cherry blossoms, samurais and robots, like very, very Japanese. Looks like it takes place in the distant future. It's post-apocalypse where beasts, wildlife, and robots have taken over. Coming to Game Pass. I tell you right now, I'm fucking playing this game. I'm 100% playing. This game looks fucking awesome.
I just think that Pokemon should not be a sole measure on the capability of Game Freak. Yeah, the last game they released, Towns, wasn't that well received, but I don't know. Whenever they're doing something that's not Pokemon, it feels like they have a little bit more wiggle room. Like, this looks sick. One of my favorite Game Freak games, called Pulse Man. Think Sonic, but when you run, you collect up electricity and you can do special moves. And they are more than just the dudes that make Pokemon games. This looks sick.
Dude, do you know that Little Town Hero, that game? That only has 12 reviews on Steam.
Little Town Hero, that's well, not just towns.
12 reviews. Holy shit. That's fucking abysmal. They made Tembo the Badass Elephant. They made a game called Giga Wrecker. Tembo's got 400 odd reviews. Giga Wrecker's got 669 reviews.
Nice.
Beast of Reincarnation looks insane, especially because I played through all of Pokemon Scarlet, right? And I liked the game, but the game was very, it ran like shit, it looked like shit, it was just okay. Like I say, I liked, the battling was cool, it was fine, but you see a screenshot of this, and I'm not even really a graphics guy. Graphics matter way less than gameplay and art direction, and music and stuff to me. But you see this game next to Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, you're like, what the fuck, bro? What was going on? So, yeah, I'm looking for this game a lot. This is one of the biggest games of the show for me.
But
Great.
just a little bit off topic, but did you piss already?
I wasn't pissing.
Oh, that's so cool for you. Carry on.
Next game, Clockwork Revolution. So this seemed to be the game of the show for most people. I want to see a little more. But we did see plenty. I want to get my hands on it to form an opinion. So it's a first-person RPG. The shooting looked solid. There's time manipulation. Choices matter. I called it a Bethesda-like, which is funny because In Exile, who are the creators of, did they make the first? Oh yeah, I think they did make the first Wastelands as well. So a lot of these guys, as well as, so it's between In Exile and Obsidian. They were the guys that made the OG Fallouts back in the day, right? So Microsoft owns every studio that's worked on Fallout, essentially, right? They've got In Exile, they've got Obsidian, they've got Steven's blurry ass camera.
Yeah, why am I blue? Here we go.
Well, it's technically my blurry ass camera because I gave you that. Yeah. So so set in 1895. It's very much like a steampunk vibe. We'll likely have some deep RPG systems, knowing In Exile. There's talking robots, weapon customization. There is a bit of a Bioshock vibe, and I guess that comes with it.
I was about to say, it sort of gives me vibes of Infinite.
Yeah, it's got a bit of that to it, for sure. But then, something I loved was in the character creator. And we'll have to see how dynamic it is, because it's surely not going to be as dynamic as it was in that trailer. But the character's like, one of the characters, you robbed someone, and then he's describing what the character looked like as you're making like the character and the character creator. So it's like, and you had long black hair, and your character creator's like giving you long black hair. He had a big mustache. I thought that was great, part of the trailer, and I don't think that's quite going to be how the game is with it, but that was a really cool way to introduce your character. The guy talking about someone who robbed him and describing them, and that was you as you're making it. So yeah, this game is high up on my list. I definitely think that, while Beast of Reincarnation is my personal pick for the game I want to play the most in the show, because also I want to see Game Freak do something else. Yeah, this game looks great. This game's been in development for a long time, so yeah, very much looking forward to getting my hands on it. And once again, it's coming to Game Pass.
Alright.
Grounded 2. So I was saying earlier, I played a little bit of Grounded 1 in early access and liked what I played. Still not my kind of game, but it's base building. This, I imagine you could do it the first game, but they're showing you riding bugs a lot in this and kind of battling with your bugs to take down bosses and things, the big spiders and so on. So Chris has the best way to describe this, old mate Scriplet, of the game The Forest that he loves. He called it, it's like Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. He called it Honey, I Shrunk the Forest. It's his name for this, and it's such a good way to describe it. Great name. Yeah, I mean, it looks like more of the same, but step up everywhere, really. So, great. Hope it's good, and I'm looking forward to playing it, a couple games of it with the boys, and hopefully I gel with this one a little more than I did with the last. But even though I did enjoy it, and I could see the vision was good, but not something I normally play. So, next game, Chronos: A New Dawn. A sci-fi horror game. Third-person shooting. Bloober Team, so who I mentioned before, who did the Silent Hill 2 remake. I thought this trailer looked really fucking good. So, you had to be a little skeptical with Bloober Team because they're not always, can't always trust they're going to put out something really good, but I think they're looking like they're in their zone now, and hopefully they can get the narrative
state.
right. Yeah, flow state. Yeah. It's giving me kind of a little bit of it's not like Alien, but there is a little bit of a Dead Space vibe, but not completely. It is still monsters. It looks like, and potentially mutated people, and yeah. So I've got my eye on this. I'm hoping this is one that comes to Game Pass, because I don't know if I'm gonna be paying top dollar because I'm a tight ass. So I don't think it's coming to Game Pass. But yeah, want to see more as it's coming full 2025. So fuck, it should be out in the coming months. Does Steam have a rough? Oh no, is it? Oh yeah, it's just saying Steam. Okay, cool. No, it just says 2025. Good on Bloober team. Hopefully they can keep up the quality people are starting to expect. Elder Scrolls Online, Season of the Worm Cult. It showed a lot of pets in the trailer, so I'm like, is this a pets update? And the quote was, world-changing server-wide event. Don't care for Elder Scrolls Online, do you?
No, I actually don't know any, but well, I knew a mate who played it, and that was just the one. And he was like, it's alright, I run bots.
I know it's got a lot of updates. Someone who was a streamer back when I was doing the Lost Souls stuff, Glittering Ghost, she played a lot of it. And I think she got sponsored by them and stuff. She loved it. But not my kind of game. And look, it's okay.
That's cool too.
That's cool. That's fine. Give me another Souls-like. Oh no, why I've got to have like a fucking Latin or a Greek word?
Aphelion?
Something. Lion. Aphelion. That's how I read it too. Sci-fi. So there's a crashing ship. Third person, kind of looking platformery in a way. There's a quote that got my attention. It's like, Thomas, where are you? I'll find you. So, wherever you are, I'll find you. Sorry, I can't read. We are running later than usual, all right? We're getting there. There's going to be a 4-hour fucking episode. I said to Steven, I was like, oh yeah, I think we should cut the stuff we'll normally do out, and we'll just do it about the game, about the shows. Well, oh yeah, I think that'll be long enough. So it turns out it's fucking long enough. So, yeah. Anyway, the game. So I'll read that quote again because I butchered it the first time. So, Thomas, wherever you are, I'll find you. So I'm assuming it's a son, but it could be a partner. But it seems like it's going to be a very story-driven game. And at the end, they're kind of alluding to, you hear like a creature kind of roar. You're like, so there's going to be stuff out there that might be trying to hunt you down. I don't know whether that's stealth or there'll be chase sequences or what. It looks interesting, but I couldn't get a grasp on what the game is going to be exactly. So, yeah, it's coming out on Game Pass, so maybe I'll give it a go. Does look like it's got potential to be interesting. So, yeah. Next one, there are no ghosts at the Grand. You've inherited a hotel that you do up, and then you start renovating the village as well, and it seems to be a renovation game. And then it looks like it takes a turn. It looks like there's some supernatural things happening. You start uncovering mysteries and start finding the secrets of this town. And the game looks super interesting. I think that depending on how heavy the renovation part is, if it's not super heavy on the renovation part, I might be interested. But if you get through like 5 hours of that, I'm not interested in renovating the stuff. It's just not my style. But
no.
But the trailer I thought was really good. So
I like that art style.
Yeah, good art style. Age of Mythology Retold, Heavenly Spear. So Age of Mythology is an old school RTS game from back in the day. Retold is the remaster or remake. And they're adding a Japanese pantheon, and I imagine there's some single player story content. Looks good, but everyone knows about Age of Mythology these days, so About enough of that. We got Mudang Two Hearts. This game
Mudang.
Game looked interesting. So it's a third-person stealth game. I thought it looked really slick. I saw someone describe it as Korean Splinter Cell. So
Hey.
yeah, but the game looks good and high production quality. Definitely got to see a little more. But looks like they've done really well with it. Looks well put together.
Well, like, god dang.
Hey, mind your profanity. Don't worry about my C-bombs I dropped earlier. Planet of Lana 2, Children of the Leaf. So it's a 2D platformer. There's robots abducting people. It looks like you're a child going on an adventure. Similar style to Inside and Somerville, which I enjoyed both of those. Inside I actually think is fucking absolute banger. One of the best games of all time, in my opinion. Somerville I actually really enjoyed. So I think that one of the creators of Planet of Lana was one of the Inside guys, I think. But something about the art style of this that doesn't grab me. Something about it, I don't love it. But I'm not opposed to giving the game a go. But I should give the first one a go. 476 added fishing. Moving on. Solo leveling, dude. Why do these anime games do this all the time? It's just like you're too wordy. Solo leveling Arise Overdrive.
No, there's Hamish. Actually, he told me there is a reason why they have the silly long-winded names. I just can't remember. Remind me to remind him.
Sweet. So, third-person action game, 4-player co-op. Not really solo leveling, is it? Fucking 4 players. Sounds like a whole fucking party to me. I should
Sounds
based
like
on
just
the anime.
leveling.
Yeah, just call it. Yeah, can't you just call this game leveling and get rid of 4 of those fucking words? Sorry, 3 of those words. If you got rid of 4 of the words, it would be called. So the gameplay actually looked kind of good though. Boss battles and stuff looked fun. So hopefully it's good. Amino. It's giving me Power World vibes. And amino acids give me Power World vibes too. So it looks like you kind of become the creatures instead of throwing out like a ball or anything, which was interesting. And then you become them and roam around as them, but you become them to battle other things. You also beat them with hammers, which felt very Power World.
Like that Pokemon League. You come in the Pokemon.
Oh, well, you know. What Typhlosion does it in his own time, his own business, so... I kind of got a vibe as well. It's like, it felt almost like Hattie in Super Mario Odyssey, you know, how you become the creatures. I was like, yeah, I know it's a little different than that. I mean, the game is nothing like it, but just the way that you become them. Yeah, it looks interesting. I don't know, man. I played Power World for a little bit. Once again, survival-based builder isn't my thing, but I could see
the vision.
I can see the vision, and I enjoyed what I played at Power World, but I kind of had my fill in maybe like 15 hours, and I'm like, cool. I started building a second base because I got to another part of the map, and I was like, I don't want to build another fucking base.
I remember building a base, and there's this fucking derpy looking fucking Brachiosaurus cunt just starts running through it and destroying everything. It's like, I don't like this game anymore, man.
Oh, thanks, cunt.
yeah. I was like, thanks, dog.
Next game.
Disappointment's not for me.
Disappointment is for you, Stephen. You better get fucking used to it.
Yeah. Skateboard.
Skateboard. We've got Anthony Hawk's Professional Skateboarder 3 and 4. Coming to Game Pass. There's a demo out now. They showed Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Going to be characters in it, which is cool.
I'll give it a dabble.
Yeah, I like Tony Hawk games. I played a lot of 4 back in the day, so I'm very keen to play that again. So yeah, fuck it. We'll give it a go.
I think it was either Tony Hawk 1 or 2 was the first time I ever heard Public Enemy and Anthrax Bring the Noise.
Great tune.
And fuck it goes hard when you're skating board.
Oh, absolutely, man. I've got no desire in ever skateboarding ever, and even as a child, don't care at all. I really like Tony Hawk as a person. That dude fucking rules, man. He's just so cool. He just seems like such a rad dude.
You look like Tony Hawk. I am Tony Hawk. Why?
He's very down to earth for a man who's worth a lot of money as well.
Yeah.
For a man who spends a lot of time in the air doing tricks. He said as well, because him and Bam Margera have rekindled their friendship. Bam Margera's kind of got his life together a bit. And he was like, they were not going to put him in. And Tony Hawk's like, you are putting Bam Margera in this game. He made them do it. And I'm like, that's fucking awesome. That's a true friend right there. That's a real one. So I got a lot of love for Tony Hawk. Just as a fucking dude.
And his grandson is going to be a social media messiah just because of his parents.
Oh, absolutely. The grandchild of Tony Hawk and Kurt Cobain.
Yeah.
Pretty sick.
What a genetic resume.
We don't need to talk about Courtney Love. We don't need to talk about her.
What a genetic resume.
Yeah, that's crazy, yeah. Hopefully he doesn't go the same way as his granddad. On doing the 900 on a ramp. What do you mean, bro?
Fucking love me a 900. Could hardly pull it off in the game, but when it did, oh, far.
Oh, far. Next game, At Fate's End. 2D action adventure game. Very stylized. Dude, that sounds like such a vague thing to say. Very stylized, but you just need to see it to believe it.
It also sounds a little bit condescending.
Yeah.
Which is great. No, I like that.
Yeah, there's some of this art style I like and some of it I don't. There's something weird about it. Yeah, some kind of card system in it that doesn't seem to go into... You don't really get to know. The combat gives me an impression it might be kind of like Blasphemous.
It looks...
Like Steven Universe.
No. There was a game. I wonder if it's the same studio, which it looked okay, but then turns out it wasn't that good. No, it wasn't them, but they did do Spiritfarer.
So At Fate's End anyway, it's coming out on Game Pass, so maybe I play it, maybe I don't. It's coming out next year, so there's still a lot of time for them to actually iron things out and improve anyway, so I won't write it off. Gears of War Reloaded. Gears of War 1 remastered again, and I'm looking forward to it, because I love Gears of War. It's got crossplay, it's on Game Pass, it's good shit. Persona 4 Revival. Persona 4 Remake. The JRPG. It's coming to Game Pass. I almost said Game Ass.
Game Pass!
But it's coming to Game Pass. There's nothing. I know that I'm not a Persona guy because I graduated high school a long time ago and I don't need to relive high school, even though that makes it sound like you had a bad time in high school. I didn't. I had a good time. It's just...
Same.
I'm just kind of done with that, all that stuff. That's fine, dude. People love Persona, and I'm happy for them. Do you think you'll dabble?
Yeah, I'll give it a dabble, but I don't know, man. Persona just doesn't have the staying power for me. Like, I'll get invested in it, but I won't complete it.
I should give a Persona game a go at some point because Persona's got so much fucking style and the music's excellent, but I just don't care for the yarns in it, the characters.
And the bonding.
Yeah, I don't care about that. And it's like, oh, you didn't do this exact thing on this day. You missed a social link. You fucked things up. And I'm like, fuck. So, but there is a lot to like. Persona's good stuff. It's just so far not for me. Sea of Thieves Smuggler's Tide. So it's an update for Sea of Thieves. First-person co-op pirate simulator. They're on season 17. Holy fuck.
Dang.
There's a game I want to get the homies on for at some point and give it a proper go.
Yeah.
And Rare, they showed a little thing. Rare's been around for 40 years. Holy shit. That's a long-ass time. So good on Rare. So, Sea of Thieves been around since fucking last gen. If you want to get on with some shenanigans with your boys and be pirates, it's on Game Pass. It goes on sale on Steam often enough. definitely pick it up. Oh, it's on PlayStation as well now. So, Invincible Versus. So it's
That's one
Invincible
took me by
fighting
surprise.
game. Yeah, 3v3 Invincible fighting game. The voice acting sounds good. Game looks fast. Don't love the art style. Art style to me doesn't look that crisp. It doesn't look comic booky. It looks like a weird kind of 3D kind of style. For the it looks like a 2D fighter, but you know that kind of 3D style.
Yeah.
So, some people are saying Invincible doesn't have a good enough roster to make a fighting game, but I don't know, man. I kind of think it does. Like these fighting games
finally BBs.
Finally, I can't wait. I know as well the Viltrumites are going to play pretty similar and so on, but the Guardians of the Globe stuff, they've had so many Guardians of the Globe now where they just keep getting fucking murdered. I think there is enough there. You get to play as Rexplode, play as Atom Eve. God. Play as Robot. Yeah, I think this game looks really cool. I just wish I liked the art style a little more that they chose for it. But yeah, like I say, the voice acting sounds great. So, yeah. This is something... I don't think this had a Game Pass logo, but depending on the price, good chance I'll pick it up.
Yeah.
Down?
No, I'm down. I likes me a good slick 2D fighting game.
Yeah, you'd be known to dabble.
Yeah.
You're going to be like, alright, who can I spam the fireballs with?
Yeah, it's zoning.
I'm just zoning, mate. I'm zoning. It's funny when I was bad at 2D fighters, and Steven's just like, it's zoning, and I'm like, no, it's cheap. And then you get a little bit better, and you're like, oh, it is zoning. You're like, yeah, you're playing a grappler. I'm gonna try and keep you the fuck away from me. Like, okay, you're right. I was mad because bad. Next game, Final Fantasy VII Remake. It's finally coming to Xbox. They haven't mentioned Rebirth, but Square Enix sounds like they're trying to do less of these exclusive deals, so great for the Xbox gamers. It's on PC. I think it's coming to Switch as well. Cool. Final Fantasy 16 out right now on Xbox. Shout out to Ben Starr. So Ben Starr's done so much of the advertising for them. He's got 2 shout outs now. But seems like a great dude. Voiced his character in Expedition 33. He did the Balatro ads, which is hilarious. That's where our mate Rio, like I said, out that time. Our mate Rio knew him from, and I thought it was hilarious. The guy who's like best known for Final Fantasy 16 at the time, she's like, oh, from the Balatro ads. I'm like, what the fuck, bro? Oh, great. Keeper, you play as a lighthouse. The new Double Fine game. Double Fine love making weird shit. It's very much their style. The art looks amazing, to be honest. Looks fantastic. I don't know. I'm going to have to play it to really make an opinion on this game, And it's coming out on Game Pass, so why not, right? You got any thoughts on this?
I have to wait for it, honestly.
It's a hard game to understand if you're going to be about it or not. Playing as this fucking lighthouse, that walks around. It is bizarre. One of the most bizarre games I've seen, but got a lot of charm. The art's absolutely beautiful. So, yeah. Interested to see more. So Phil Spencer comes out and he goes, hey, we got games. We got Fable and Forza and Gears E-Day coming out, and there's going to be the return of a classic, which people think that's been with us from the start. People think, is that Halo? And these are games they didn't fucking show us at all. They didn't show us Fable. They didn't show us Forza. They didn't show us E-Day. They didn't show us Perfect Dark. These are games that you've showed us before. Where are these fucking games? We'll talk about these games. Hey, you know these games that we've got that you love? We're not going to show them to you. Oh, thanks, Phil. That was fucking random to bring them up. You would have been better to not mention them at all.
Yeah.
I like Phil Spencer. I'm not a Phil Spencer hater. But come on, Phil, mate. This was a silly thing to bring up. So the last game, they did the one more thing, and you're like, what's it going to be? And everybody's kind of sick of Call of Duty, but they're like, it's Black Ops 7. And then people were like, Black Ops 6 was shit. Or when Black Ops 6 came out, people were like, this is so refreshing, this is the best Call of Duty game in years. And now everyone's like, it was shit, and I always hated it. Imagine if I was saying that. I put 90 hours into that game last year. I had a great time. 80 hours of that was zombies with the boys. I had a fucking blast, man. It was awesome. But I got my fill. I played on Game Pass, and I'll probably play this too. The trailer for this was fucking awesome. It was so good. I was like, the game is going to be nothing like this. It was very like Alan Wake kind of vibes, and they throwbacks to old Black Ops, and there was a bit of sci-fi to it as well, and you know, bit back to the almost Mason. What do the numbers mean? You know, back when people cared about Call of Duty story. They had a good use of 9 Inch Nails, hand that feeds. It was great. Showed you a tiny little thing of like, oh, there's going to be a zombies mode, which I'm looking forward to. I'm looking forward to playing Black Ops 7, but I understand the criticism of, oh, one last thing. Whoa, what's it going to be? It was Call of Duty. And you're like, oh, fuck, okay. There's fucking many of these things. I don't think that was the thing they should have ended on for one last thing. But I'm happy enough. Black Ops is my favourite Call of Duty sub-franchise, sub-series. I don't know. Like, I like Black Ops a lot. So, yeah. And you're like, don't care. Call of Duty is an interesting one because everyone says that they hate it, but it's one of the most played games every single year.
Yeah.
Everyone's like, it's shit. It's the same thing over and over again. Why'd you buy it again? Oh, I don't know.
It's because my friends play it.
Yeah. I say, looking forward to it. Didn't blow me away. Like I say though, the trailer was really good, but it was a CG trailer. You know the game's going to be you run around here, shoot things, and
stories and hope for a Trivium song.
Oh, dude. Hell yeah! If we get another Matt Heafy song, I'm going to be chuffed. Zombies mode. But yeah, those were the showcases. I don't know what I think is the weakest. Maybe the Xbox showcase, but there was still good shit in there too. Like, yeah, I think it is the Xbox showcase overall is probably the weakest, but still, Beast of Reincarnation and Clockwork Revolution is one of the biggest standouts over all three shows. But I think the Xbox showcase just had a little bit less, and they showed a few things we'd kind of seen as well. We knew Tony Hawk was coming.
But it also wasn't as bloated as the Summerfest.
Yeah, and to be fair, Summer Game Fest is a third-party one, so I expect it to be bigger than the first. Well, not all the games were first-party, but it's still Microsoft and Sony putting on their own ones. So yeah, and things like, oh, we got Final Fantasy VII Remake, we got Final Fantasy 16. It's like, yeah, these are games that are already out on other platforms.
Yeah.
Here's a Gears of War remaster that you already know about. Here's a Sea of Thieves update. Here's a Persona 4 remaster. You're like, okay, these are things.
Here's fishing.
Here's fishing in Fallout 76. So I do think it's overall the weakest one, and I don't think that it's a bad showcase. Genuinely, I don't think it's bad at all. I just think the other two were a little better. I do think I enjoyed the PlayStation showcase the most. I think I enjoyed the State of Play. And I'm very critical of Sony, but pound for pound, I think it was the best one. So, yeah, any closing thoughts, Stephen? Or we fuck off and go to bed? Not together. To separate
Not together.
Separate across town. I'm not going to drive 15, 20 minutes to go snuggle with Stephen unless he asks me to. Please. Please, Stephen.
Please. So EP. A lot of things were shown. I am still happy with Ninja Gaiden Ragebound and Ninja Gaiden 4. But also there was quite a few things that I was like, it's not for me. But I want to see how felt that boxing actually plays, because it all looked like a cutscene.
And saying that, because most of the games we're releasing this year or next year. There was a couple 2027, I think, but not many at all. It's crazy how good we are fucking eating for the next year and a half. And then there's also Gears E-Day that's supposed to come out, and Fable, and there's supposed to be fucking heaps. And there's so many more things that we don't know about. So, dude, it's crazy. We're getting so many fucking high quality games that are going to be coming out in the next while. And we just won't have time to play them all.
No.
And there's going to be
Spoiled
Dusk
for
Bloods.
choice.
Yeah, absolutely spoiled for choice. There's going to be Dusk Bloods next year, the next From Software game on the fucking Switch. Switch 2. So I'm looking forward to that. Yeah, man. So I'm happy with the showcases. It's nice when they show things that you're actually interested in. So it's good. I feel like the showcases are getting better. I think COVID did a lot of disservice to these showcases where trying to figure out working from home and all of that as well, and just shit just wasn't coming together for people. And then 2022 ended up being a massive year, and it's all kind of been up from there, really. Yeah. All right, mate. Thanks for joining me on this fucking 4-hour adventure.
Thank you for listening.
All right. Anyone who made it to the end, what to say? I don't know, mate. Just say whatever the fuck you want. Thank you. Thank you. We love you. We appreciate you.
You are special. You are safe.
You will be invited to Stephen's future wedding if you comment on this video.
I'll say you're more likely to get married before me.
That's why I said you. Making promises is for you, mate. Anyway, thanks for stopping by. We'll go to bed. Have good. Catch you on the next one. Bye.
Bye.